Okay, good morning everyone. It's 9:30, so let's make a start to the meeting. We had hearing sessions yesterday, but some of you weren't participating, so I'll introduce myself again. My name's David Liddell, and I'm the reporter appointed by ministers to report to them on the planning appeal by Loch Salmon Limited for the proposed fish farm at Beinn, Reithe. And again, can everyone hear me okay, particularly at the back of the hall? Okay. If at any point people are struggling to hear, there's lots of us at the table, then please raise your hand and we'll try and sort that out. With me again today is Lucy Wakeham, and Lucy's handling the IT and the webcasting for the meeting. So this is the third of the hearing and inquiry sessions we'll be holding this week and next. The subject matter this morning is the seascape, landscape and visual effects of the proposed development. We have the whole day if we need it, with a break for lunch. We can also take short mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks. So you should all those who have been participating should have been emailed an agenda for today's meeting. There are a handful of paper copies on the table over to my right if anyone is short of an agenda. So just some housekeeping. There's no fire drill planned today, so there's 2 fire escapes on either side of the hall. The muster point would be out in the car park in front of us. The toilets are to my rear. There's another fire escape there as well in the corridor. And if everyone can put their phones and devices to silent, please, that would be great. So everyone participating should also be aware that the meeting's been webcast and recorded. So that was timely. So by participating, you're agreeing to being recorded and to the use of that information for purposes including staff training and making information available to members of the public. And the recording of the meeting will be retained on our website for viewing. So to operate the microphones here, just press once to turn on and the red light should come on, press again to turn off when you finish speaking. It's important we'll do that just because that gives the best quality and clearest recording for people viewing, for us in the room, and also for the webcast recording if people want to view it again later. And if you need to move the microphones, just please do so holding the base and not the stem. So, before I say any more, I'm just going to ask everyone who's participating to introduce themselves, starting with the appellant, Mr. Findlay.
Good morning, sir. My name is James Findlay, King's Counsel. To my left sits John Flannery, who's giving the landscape evidence. To his left, Mark Shotter, and to his left, Patrick Munro. At the moment, we don't contemplate Stuart Hawthorne giving evidence.
Okay, thank you. And for the National Park Authority, Mr. McKee.
Good morning, sir, and everyone. My name is Alistair McKee. I'm a solicitor acting for the National Park Authority. On my right is Doug Harman, who is the National Park's external landscape architect and advisor. To his right is Stuart Mearns, the Director of Place, and to Stuart right is Alison Williamson, Planning Officer.
Okay, thank you very much. And for Clyde, please.
Yeah, my name is John Piper. I'm speaking on behalf of Clyde. I'm one of the few people who actually live on the Argyll Peninsula.
Charlotte McLean, speaking on behalf of Clyde.
James McLean, speaking on behalf of Clyde, and I'm also a Cove and Kilcreggan councillor.
Alistair Moody, I'm a resident of Lochgoil Head. I was a member of the Community Council. I'm now on the Lochgoil Community Trust, so speaking as the local resident and member of the Lochgoil community.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Mrs. McLean, can I just ask you, I understand you're a landscape architect, so is your advice today, are you giving me your professional views as a landscape architect today, just so as I'm clear on what basis? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, excellent. So, as I mentioned, I'd sent in the agenda. I'd like to go through each of the issues I've identified in the agenda. But if you think there are other important issues we need to discuss, which arise from your hearing statements, then that you think I might have missed, then I'm happy to hear about that too. What I suggest, if we go through my agenda, if there are relevant points to those matters, then bring them in. But at the end, if you think we've missed anything important, we can maybe come back to that. We should have plenty of time. Hi. Yes, or I'll move this closer to me, perhaps. Right. Okay. Well, good reminder. If others are too quiet, then please shout. Okay. Is that better just now? Okay. Thanks. So I'll go back a bit. Then I was saying that I've got an agenda that I want to go through. But at the end, if there's important points that people think I've missed out related to this evidence, then let me know about that, and we can cover those grounds. We should have time to do so. I'm only going to focus on seascape, landscape, and visual impacts. I'm not ignoring the evidence or those other matters, but insofar as they're referred to in the hearing statements, I am going to ignore the evidence I've got on things like effects in ancient woodland and the assessment against other policies not related to SLVIA, because that's not the subject of this hearing. So is everyone content with that before we proceed, or are there any questions or procedural matters to raise before we get going?
Sir, I have a preliminary matter which is directly related to question 1, which I would like to raise before we go to the answers to question 1 or the discussion points. So I can take the matter just now if you want. I'm just going to check. Can you hear? I'll maybe try and speak up. Can you hear me? Right. Okay. I'll speak a bit louder. Yesterday there was a discussion as to the extent to which the detail of the proposal was fixed. And I think that's important because we're actually going to be contrasting the differences in seascape, landscape and visual effects between semi-closed and open net farms, sir. And it was certainly and it remains the National Park Authority's view that the detail of this proposal is specifically the Certus 3000 SSCS, sir. And the reason for that is a drawing of that was provided by the appellant during the processing of the application by the National Park, and it then became incorporated into the application and was the subject of consideration in the board report by the board. It was refused, and it remains a stamped refused drawing on the National Parks Planning Portal, sir. The document itself, the Certus 3000 design drawing, has also been incorporated into the plans and drawings which have been lodged by the appellants as CD 1.4, sir. So they're before you. Having looked at the National Parks website, I see that those particular plans were provided on the 18th of March of last year, sir. I'd like maybe just to hand over, if I may, to Alison Williamson, sir, who was the processing officer of this, because I think it really is a vital point that we need to bottom out, sir, before we even look at the differences. We need to find out what we're dealing with here. And we've obviously heard from the other side that they believe they have this degree of latitude and they're applying for an envelope. As far as we're concerned, they're doing no such thing, sir. So I'll pass over to Alison Williamson, if I may.
Yeah, that's correct, what Mr McKee describes. No plans of the marine enclosures were submitted with the original planning application submission, and throughout the course of the assessment of the planning application, we had to consistently ask for further plans to be provided, including of the marine enclosures. The drawing that was eventually provided is a drawing of the Certus 3000 SCCS enclosure. And as Mr McKee says, this drawing forms one of the planning drawings as part of the planning application and is one of the refused plans.
Okay, thank you. Without it might not be something we can resolve today. It might be something that we have to have in the back of our minds on as we discuss this issue. But I'll pass over to Mr. Finlay to see if he's got any comments about this.
Yes, I'm quite surprised that the Park has taken this view. I wonder whether you could have the hearing statement for yesterday afternoon's hearing before you. It's and if you turn to page 8 of that,
it's not got page numbers, but I'll put it in the right place.
It's the last page, the last full page. It should have at the top at 6.6. If you turn to the penultimate paragraph, it says, at the time of the application, the appellant had not confirmed the intended supplier of the proposed farming enclosures, but had mentioned a number of potential suppliers. The planning drawings provided do not reference a make or model and are not labelled in any way. A letter from FISC was latterly provided, and so that's just for your note, APP 6.3. Shortly before the determination of the application process, determining that FISC had been selected to provide the equipment. Throughout the appeal documentation, the appellant refers to FISC as the supplier and refers to use of FISC technology. So, first of all, that is clearly giving a completely different slant on matters than Malone Friend and his witness have just given. Secondly, the report, if the Park Authority thought it was refusing a FISC or a particular design, one would have expected to see it referenced in the Park's report. There is no reference in the Park's report to such a proposal. It's dealt with on an envelope basis, which reflects all the other documentation in the environmental statement. The letter from FISC, in effect, confirms what I indicated, or I can't remember if it was me or another witness, that they're the preferred supplier at present. But the Park is also wrong to say that the appeal documentation refers to FISC as the supplier. It doesn't. It continues to refer to an envelope, if I can use that shorthand, with potential suppliers, of FISC being one. And indeed, FISC is, in the appeal statement, I think it's only referred to in paragraph 720, along with other suppliers. So, whilst, and this is not a matter that has been raised with the appellants prior to yesterday, and certainly not raised by Mr. McKee with me prior to his submission this morning. So, in our submission, as a matter of law, the application doesn't limit itself to FISC. It's not the basis on which the Park determined the application. It's not the basis on which the appeal was made. And this last-minute attempt to sow some doubt should be rejected. It is, I would respectfully agree with you, sir, it's not a matter that is going to be resolved today. It's probably going to have to, given the Park have now raised it at this late stage, dealt with by way of closing submissions. But in our submission, it is a groundless point, and the very application demonstrates an inconsistency in the Park's approach with the passage to which I've just drawn your attention. Certainly, we propose to deal with today's application on the detailed information set out in the description of the project of development within the, I think it's chapter 4 of the EIA, and that should be perfectly satisfactory for Mr. Harman and others to reach a view as to the extent or otherwise of the visual or landscape impact. We have to bear in mind that there are two aspects to that impact: the shore-based, which this is not concerned with at all, and the PENs. And it's accepted, and that will become clearer in answer to your first question, that there is and I think it's dealt with in the hearing statement, that there are differences. Indeed, Mr. Flannery goes through them. There are differences between a normal open net pen and a semi-contained pen, but you have more than sufficient information to reach a view on landscape and visual impacts in that regard. So that's my preliminary response to a submission of Mr. McKee, which he gave me no warning. But in our submission, there's no need to delay or have that bottomed out, or however Mr. McKee may put it, before we advance on today's hearing.
Sir, if I may be so bold to ask that they have the opportunity of responding to that. The Park's position is that this application is proceeding by way of a detailed application. The requirements of the development management regulations are such that the application must be supported by plans and drawings sufficient to identify the proposal. I'm just quoting from memory as to what they say, sir. That's the first thing. The second thing is the Park is not saying that the design is necessarily wedded to a particular manufacturer, but the detail of this scheme that was supplied by the appellants at the time they were the applicant is the Certus 3000 SCCS. The drawing doesn't actually have the word FISC on it, nor does it have that particular description on it. It is a generic drawing, which is a copy of the Certus 3000, sir. To say it wasn't before the board is not accurate, sir, because if one goes to page 7 of the board report, you will see that same set of drawings described as proposed marine enclosure elevations. And that's figure 5, sir.
Just with respect to Mr. McKee, I hadn't said the drawing wasn't before the board.
So I think it's incontestable that is not part of the application, and that was what was processed and ultimately refused. It is a stamped refused drawing, sir. So that's the Park's position, sir. And if my friend didn't think we gave warning of that, we did discuss it yesterday. So it is a live but unresolved issue. It may have to be a matter for submission, sir.
Okay, okay, thank you both. I think it will. It's not something I'm going to be able to resolve this morning, and I think probably you are going to have to return to this in closing submissions. I will keep the different viewpoints in this subject in my head as we go through the discussion points. Is there anything else, or can I just move on to the agenda? Okay, so the first item on the agenda is the differences in seascape, landscape and visual effects between proposed fish farm and traditional open cage farm. So the first thing I wanted to do is to look at Mr. Flannery's hearing statement, if I may, and it's table 3 of that, around about paragraph 5.39. I'll just give you a moment. So that table lists a number of, well, it's called Comparison of the Development with Traditional Open Pen Fish Farms, and it's a number of, I think it's a number of recent planning applications made for open net fish farms. So I wondered, first of all, are any of these operational to your knowledge?
Perhaps I can ask Mr. Shotter to deal with this, which is why he's here, because he's the one that is effectively going to be able to provide the information. He's obviously not giving landscape and visual impact evidence, but he's on the front row to answer just such a question.
Thank you. If I may, the three examples there are the Ardyne site, which is the closest site to the proposed Beinn Reithe development. The Muck site, which is a site of biomass about 4,069 tonnes beyond the biomass proposed for Beinn Reithe, and the North Kilbrannan site, which is a proposed site on the west side of Arran. And if I may, I was hoping to give an outline of...
Well, at this point, I just have quite straightforward questions which are factual, and I want to just...
Yes,
so my question was, were any of them operational?
The Ardyne site is operational. The North Kilbrannan site is in development. And the Muck site has been operational for a number of years. They've recently applied for permission to increase the size of their pens. I'm not sure if those pens have been installed yet, but they have had the permission approved.
Okay, so that's operational at perhaps at a lower scale than it's in that table. That table's as proposed to be modified. Is that right?
They've been operating at lower biomass, but they've actually had more pens than the 8 described in that table.
Okay, so my reason for asking is that obviously I have a lot of written and documentary evidence about the difference between the two different types of systems, if you will. Now, I can't, at least in Scotland, go and see an operating SCCS system, but I was going to ask you, but also the other parties, if I'm looking for something comparable in terms of the offshore infrastructure, or as comparable as it could be, are there any existing operational fish farms that you think I could go and look at to get an impression of how this one would look, as much as that's possible, given that there's different landscapes, different systems and so forth?
I think that there's something like 200 farms operating in Scotland, sir, and I mean the majority of them will fit a similar description to that provided in Mr. Flannery's hearing statement. The Ardyne one is relatively close to here, so that might be a good starting point. And there's a number of sites in Loch Fyne, especially at the southern end of the loch, that will have a similar setup as the Muck, Ardyne or North Kilbrannan site described in that hearing statement.
Can I ask whether it would assist you to have an example of a similar farm of just one line of pens? Because I think some of most of the fish farms, as I understand it, have double lines of pens. But if we can come up with an example of that as well, within reasonable geographical reach, we'll suggest that to you, if that would be of assistance.
Yes, I think it would be, and if I'm going to ask if others have got a view in this, but if people are providing me with an example, then they can share it with the other parties, so as people can see what's been suggested that I have a look at. I'll come back on. I'll give you a chance to come back on maybe what else you want to talk about there, but just on this first point, I was going to come back and ask other parties if they've got a view. And to be clear, yeah, I'm thinking about offshore components only in this sense. We can talk about offshore in due course. From the Park Authority's point of view.
Good morning, all. From my perspective, there aren't any other similar examples to be considered, sir, and that is because of the significant differences between the intrusive and industrial nature of the proposed developments and the more simple form and less intrusive nature of the traditional fish farm enclosures. And I'll be happy to talk through those differences in due course. Thank you.
Okay. What about Arthur Clyde? Have you got a view on this?
Yes, I think we do. And I could go through our argument, if you like, or do you want me to wait for a moment?
At this point, I'm just asking where can I go to see a fish farm that might look quite a lot like this one. That's all I'm asking.
Apologies. Yeah. Okay.
Any suggestion?
None. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the point is that this is unprecedented in our experience.
Okay. I was going to ask a question about lighting, but if you had a more higher level thing to say, Mr. Shotton, then you were going to tell me something. So I'm going to let you say that, and then I'll give the other parties a chance to comment. But then I want to get back to the questions that I've got.
Well, thank you, sir. I was just hoping to lay out a bit of a comparison between the physical dimensions of the proposed development compared to what is typical across Scotland. So just 2 or 3 minutes, please. Most farms in Scotland require approximately 6 to 16 pens to farm fish. As I've said, that muck site requires 8 pens with a diameter of 50.93 metres each, and our site will have our site will have 5 pens, and our project description describes up to a diameter of 50 metres. Gale Force, who are the largest Scottish aquaculture supplier, they are supplying 200-metre circumference pens, that's 63 diameter. Most pens in Scotland are made of steel or plastic. Most are circular, some are square. They sit in a mooring grid, 60, 80 or 100 metres apart, and our pens will sit 80 metres apart from the pen centres. Pens are typically in rows of 1 or 2, and our proposed design is 1 row of 5 pens. We did look at a 2 by 2 and decided that had more visual impact. Most pens have a collar and a handrail that sits between 1 to 1.5 metres in the water. Our project design states up to 2.5 metres, which is 1 metre taller than what is normal in Scotland. Most salmon farms have bird nets, which sit between 5 and 7 metres off the waterline. Our bird nets will sit up to 6.5 metres above the waterline. Most farms will have 1 or sometimes 2 barges to hold the feed, with also some working space on board. And that barge, or those barges, will sit alongside the farm, and you can see one of those barges at that Ardine site, sir. That barge is 22 metres in length, 12 in beam, and 6 metres in height. There's no barge in this project, of course. The same Gale Force are offering barges up to 30 metres in length now. Our project will have a container fitted to each collar, but that container is only 2.3 metres wide and 2.4 metres in height. The farms in Scotland that have feed barges, they will pump feed along feed pipes floating on the water to the enclosures, similar to what we were proposing here. Some will also pump oxygen and power to power the lighting and camera systems. Some farms will hold their feed rather on a barge on a nearby shore base, and in those examples the feed is piped from the shore base to the enclosures, and this is obviously more common where the farm sits close to the shore. Some farms have a barge but also a shore base, and there's a Backcroft site in the Highland with 2 sites sitting 700 metres apart. To the west is a site with 16 pens, to the east 8 pens. In the centre is a feed barge, and to the north is a shore base 250 metres from the closest pen. The shore base has a floating pontoon, a slipway, yard space, has 3 buildings measuring 50 metres in length and a fourth measuring 30. And that shore base is 1.3 acres in area. Our shore base will have 1 building of 33 metres in length and 2 containerised units, approximately 10 metres, and will be 1.2 acres in area. So I do accept that there is some additional equipment on the collars of the pen, but relatively there's far less equipment that is required to be deployed for a given amount of biomass, which is one of the key benefits of the semi-closed technology. Not only less equipment in the water that might have visual impact, but also less of the seabed occupied too, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that raises a couple of questions that I was going to ask after Clyde about anyway from your statement. I think you'd said that this would be the biggest fish farm in Scotland. But I wanted to clarify, do you mean by area or by biomass?
I'm not clear on that, but I think both in area, but I'm not sure about biomass.
And okay, and the other question I had was about the floor space. I mean, I think it's just a typo. My reading of the building footprint is it's 325 square metres. Your statement said 20,000 square metres, so one of us is either describing the different things or one of us has got it wrong.
I think the ancillary buildings behind the silos and the big plant enclosure at the front, it's 20,000 square metres.
So you mean the size of the compound or the yard rather than the floor space?
No, it's the ancillary buildings behind the plant, I think.
Whole area.
Right, okay. The drawings, the single-storey building, which is the storage and the rooms, my reading of the drawing is it's 325 square metres. Now, that would exclude the silos and things like that, but I just not clear where 20,000 square metres comes from.
Well, I think we used the word approximately, so I suspect we're in the same ballpark, I guess.
Okay, I mean those are factual things that I can. It'll be in the evidence. Is there anything else in response to what Mr. Shorter was saying there? If you get any observations on the points he's raised,
I think so. So I'm not a fish farming expert, but what I do see is that but I am a consulting structural engineer. And what I do see around Scotland is that the conventional fish farms have much more discrete nets, so they don't necessarily sit all together. The servicing of them can be from the shore or, as we've heard, by barge. The geographical location of the servicing centre is therefore not necessarily connected to the position of the nets. So I think that's particularly significant. And with this installation, there are 4 50-metre square nets and then a holding net, so there are 5 altogether. And from the drawings it looks as though they're pretty well linked together because the umbilicals and the service feeds, the containers that sit with each of them seem to make them turn into one body. So having looked at the wireframe models and things that have been submitted, those don't reflect this being one body. They show 4 or 5 discrete rings in very simple form. The added constraint is that the umbilical then has to link to a substantial industrial development on the banks, and that sterilises 50% of the width of the loch because no one can then pass between the nets and the national park shoreline because of the umbilical. The land structures are set in a sort of terrace formation. So there's a 90-metre long, and 90-metre long is the length of a rugby or football pitch, which is 2 metres high to allow the plant to sit within the terrace structure. And then behind, at a further 2 metres higher, are the ancillary buildings which we touched on earlier. And I think the various bits of plant vary from 7.5 metres high, oxygen tanks at 11.5 metres high, sitting on top of 6 metres ordnance datum, so that's substantial. Just to give a bit of scale, the height of this hall is 8.5 metres, so it gives you some indication. Someone's just reminded me that the 20,000 figure came from the planning application form according to our other consultant who can't be here today. So citing this infrastructure into the slope results in the need for terracing and therefore this large concrete retaining structure. you could talk about it's like a row of terraced houses, it's like a row of double-decker buses, but it's a significant industrial intrusion into the landscape, in my view. The sheds set further behind are at 8 metres owed ordnance datum, so about 8 metres above mean water level, and they rise to a height similar to that of the plant. So they've been elevated by the terracing in the landscape, and then their height, which is more modest than the plant, but it does take them to a similar height. All of this has to be lit, which is of concern to us in the landscape, and that's 24 hours. And there's also the noise associated with it, because it's going on 24/7. The other thing that I don't think has been covered is that during construction, my view is that the area that would need to be occupied would be substantially bigger than the resulting as-built, if you like, installation on the shore, which will act to provide further scarring and will be visible for, I guess, about two years, and then will have left a visual impact. All the modelling, and it's something that Charlotte will come on to later, I'm sure, and others, is that the modelling has no short views. So
we'll come, I do have that as an agenda item to come on to where the viewpoints are. If we can just stick to the questions or the scope of each question just now. And I'll also, I think you also mentioned, so there was something else you mentioned, but which I will come back to as well. Sorry, apologies for interrupting.
Okay, so I think although that the nets, the tops of the nets of the structures are about 8 metres high, and you may argue that the nets are very translucent, but seen together as a mass and viewed from certain directions, they become quite solid. So here we have something that's of the scale of an oil tanker sitting in the loch, anchored off the shore, in terms of scale, in terms of a body. And we've done quite a lot of work looking at views from the water and views from the shore, and we're very concerned that this appears to be a highly industrial installation. I think I'll stop there.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll come back to some of those points in the agenda. I've just noticed, the question you raised about the wire frames and their comprehensiveness, if you like, was one of the things I wanted to come back to anyway. So we'll come back to that. If we can just keep to narrowly to the agenda points for the moment. Sorry, Mr. McKee, would you want?
No, sir, it was just a point that Mr. McLean was being asked about the floor space area. And I've just had a quick look at the application form, which is document CD 1.1, sir. And I'll just read from that. And it says, all types of non-housing development, proposed floor space details. And it says, state the type of floor space. It says class 5, general industry. And then it says gross floor space in square metres. And it says 19,400, sir. So he wasn't far wrong with his comment, sir.
Well, we can maybe come back and clarify. Well, if that's what it says, that's what it says. My reading of the drawings, when I was thinking about the building's floor space, and I'm familiar with what's proposed on the site, there's the single-storey buildings. They're, regardless of that figure, those are about 325 square metres. I got my scale rule out and checked. Obviously, the silos would add to that, and so it just, maybe that's a mistake in the application form, maybe it's not, maybe that figure seems to relate more to the size of the compound or the working area, but maybe I'll go back to you can maybe clarify at this point. Sorry for the point, Mr. Shorter.
I haven't got the document for me, but 20,000 square metres is 2 hectares, I believe, and that would be the compound itself, and possibly the fire break around the outside too. I'd need to double check.
Okay, and it's simply a factual point. It's not. It doesn't play too much into my assessment.
Sir, if I may, just one other thing. The height of this building, Mr. McLean just referenced this 8 metres. I'm not a civil engineer, but I believe this building is about 60 metres high, perhaps to the eaves aviators.
I've actually got a laser measure in my bag. If
Sorry, I was saying for the ancillary buildings.
I can prove that it's 8.5 metres to the top if you would like to see the figure and calibrate my laser measure later.
You can also do it with a stick and trigonometry.
So I think the ancillary buildings are founded at 8 metres ordnance datum and then rise from that.
I mean, that's okay. That's all in the drawings, all that detail.
Yeah,
I can read it all.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I mentioned that I had a question about lighting, but is there anything else from the National Park Authority on item 1? Yep.
Thank you. It'd be useful if we could all turn to my hearing statements, section 5 on page 21. And whilst you're all just looking for that, I'd just like to, I fully concur with Mr. McLean's comments. So if we're all at page 21, first of all, I'd just like to point out that as a new technology in Scotland, it is essential to recognise that as assessors and decision makers, the appearance of the appeal proposal and its differences with the more traditional fish farm infrastructure are fully understood. And given the highly sensitive landscape and seascape setting, this is particularly relevant to the assessment of landscape, seascape and visual effects. And in relation to our previous conversation about the uncertainties about what technology is actually being proposed, it is of course essential to recognise that in assessing effects we take account of the worst case scenario. So before I come on to the technical differences in terms of the appearance and the size and scale of the various infrastructure, I think it's useful to look at 5.2, sir, just to give us an indicative understanding at least between the visual appearance and difference between the semi-enclosed aquaculture development and the more traditional cages which were taken from Nature Scott's website. And I appreciate the context is certainly greater with the water on the second image, but the point is, sir, I think this gives us a clear illustration that the appeal proposal includes and contains much more infrastructure that has a greater industrial appearance and therefore would be more prominent in the seascape than what a traditional fish farm cage would appear. So coming to, if I may, the specific differences between the two technologies, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Shotter, but as far as I'm aware, there aren't any fish farms in Scotland where we have a composition of round cages with a square cage next to those round cages. And to put it simply, sir, this is a very odd appearance. It appears to be visually confusing. We then look at the freeboard collar, as noted in Mr. Flannery's table. The height of that is twice that, roughly, of a traditional fish farm enclosure. So even if you were in a kayak, that's 1.5 meters higher than a traditional fish farm. And even that in its own right, I believe, sir, is quite substantial when you are at a low level. In terms of bird nets and poles, I think Mr. Flannery's table indicates there that that's broadly similar to traditional technology. However, that doesn't take into account that actually sits above the freeboard collar. So I think Mr. McLean noted that the nets would appear approximately 8 meters above the water level. So that's a significant difference as well. We then have the access platform and railings up to 1.5 meters above the collar. Most fish farms, as I understand it, do not have that infrastructure on the actual cages. But I think one of my greatest concerns is the introduction of steel containers. These measure 3.7 meters in width and 6.1 meters in length, and they will sit at 2.6 meters above the collar. So that is up to 4.6 metres above the waterline. Now, I think some of the column may be submerged in the water, and we'll have a look at the example in a minute. But that in itself creates that solid mass on top of the water surface that Mr. Clean just alluded to. And if we quickly turn to page 22 of my hearing statements, we can see there the cross-section. I assume that's the Certus 3000. But there we can see the complex composition of industrial infrastructure. As Mr. Clean alluded to, it's not just the poles. We can see there the access platform and, of course, the solid mass of the steel containers. And certainly from some orientations, you will view all of that infrastructure with 4 or 5 cages in one view. It will, in practice, particularly when you're heading down the lock, appear as a solid mass. And that is of a significant difference to more traditional technology. We then have the umbilical cord. Some fish farms may have them, some don't. And likewise with pontoons, not all fish farms would have pontoons. But this one, that intrudes 40 metres into the lock. Another key difference is the introduction of lighting. The security light will of course be floodlit. Now of course many more traditional fish farms would have some land-based development, but taking into account the greater extent of that built development, the effects of lighting would be much more substantial, I believe, than a traditional fish farm. And
just while we're on that subject, can I ask, do you mean, when you're talking for lighting there, you're talking about the shore-based, the difference because of the shore-based, not any particular difference on the offshore light?
That is correct. I'll come on to the offshore lighting in a minute. But the point is, sir, is that because we have a greater extent of industrial infrastructure on the land, the need for lighting would be greater in general than most other traditional fish farms. Now, in terms of the marine lighting, the pontoon would be floodlit, would be lit along its length. I'm not sure that's the case with all pontoons. I very much doubt that is the case. But of particular concern, we have the underwater lighting for the fish farm cages. Now, bearing in mind, sir, the undeveloped locality of the seascape, there is no lighting within several kilometres, or at least within a couple of kilometres either side. That eerie glow at night time as you pass along the A road would be of significant concern, and that is certainly a feature which I am not aware of with more traditional fish farm technology. And then of course we also have the lighting for the navigational purposes as well. Now if we take all of that marine development into account, it's clear to see, I believe, sir, that that is much more intrusive and industrial in nature than traditional fish farm technology. And then we then come on to the terrestrial parts of the built developments. Mr. McLean's already outlined that, but just to run through it again, we have a building with office, workshop and storage areas. We have 4 oxygen tanks with a maximum height of 15 metres. You do not get those with most or all traditional fish farms. We have 4 feed silos with a maximum height of 10 metres. Again, you tend not to get those with more traditional technology. And of course a water treatment plant with a maximum height of 12 metres. So when we take all of those factors into account, sir, there is no doubt in my mind that this is much more intrusive, much more prominent and much more industrial in appearance than traditional fish farm technology.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a lot wider than the question I asked, but that's very helpful actually in setting the scene, and we'd have got onto a lot of that later, so it helps me understand a bit more about your views as to the differences between the 2 types of systems, if you will. There's a lot there, so I'm going to ask if you want to respond to any detail. The question I was going to ask you about lighting, was just a specific one. So my understanding is the navigation lighting would be 24 hours. But I just wondered about and I assumed that lighting of the cages would be 24 hours. I was wondering about the lighting on shore. I wasn't quite sure whether the facility would be manned 24 hours and therefore be lit 24 hours, or whether it would be once staff go away at night, there would be no lighting in the yard and in the building. So I wonder if you could clarify that a bit, but respond to other pieces as you will.
Thank you for that opportunity, sir. If I may, there was a point Mr Harman raised on handrails. The salmon farms that I visited in Scotland all have handrails above the collar as a safety feature, and to also hang various camera systems and power cords from. Mr Harman said that some farms use umbilicals and some don't. As far as I'm aware, every single farm will use an umbilical. It's just a question of whether it comes from the shore base or the barge. The lighting, sir, you asked about whether the yard would be floodlit. It will be floodlit in the hours of darkness or in poor visibility when required, but not at night time. There's no requirement to operate that at night time unless there's a special operation that requires night work, which will be very rare. The pontoon, will only be lit when required, working in hours of poor visibility or night, but that is not expected to happen very often at all. The underwater lighting, the maturation lighting, that is very normal across all salmon farms in Scotland. In fact, that's mentioned in 5.2.4 of the 2011 Siting and Design of Aquaculture. The navigational light, there's only a single special marker buoy which is top lit, and that sits to the east of the enclosure arrangement. That will have a flashing light with a range of 2 nautical miles. That is the only light that will be permanently lit, sir.
Okay, can I just, and you might have more to say, I was just going to ask you just a clarification on a couple of points. The pontoon only required when lit. I mean, during winter, that's going to be quite a lot of the time, isn't it? You said not very often, but I would have thought if staff are working normal working hours, that may be quite a lot.
It's not typical to work on the pontoon or in the pens when it's hours of darkness, sir. You only work in hours of daylight. However, if there is a need to do something past sundown, then that would be lit as a health and safety feature.
Okay, understood. And the point about lighting of the cages, so what you're saying to me is that that's not a feature of this technology, that's something which all salmon farms do, is that right?
That is correct, sir. And those underwater lights are not all the time either. They're only in certain months at certain times of the production cycle.
Okay, sorry, I interrupted. Carry on if there was more to say. Right.
So perhaps I could ask through you, Mr. Harman, how many fish farms he's in fact visited. And he made also a particular reference to underwater lighting, which I can only find 2 references in his statement to, and the round and square matters being visually confusing, which I can't find any reference in his statement to, and whether I've missed that.
So in relation to the square round enclosures, that is not mentioned in my enclosure, in my hearing statement. This was in reference to the reporter's questions, so I'm just providing him with further details as to the differences. What was your first point, sorry? Underwater lighting.
First point, Mr. Harman, was how many fish farms you've in fact visited.
So through my trips around Scotland, I've seen many fish farms in situ, and in terms of my professional work, I've undertaken assessment of the Barcadine fish farm and its associated extension, and I'm currently undertaking an assessment on behalf of Scottish Sea Farms for the Funerary Fish Farm in Mull.
As I understand, the first fish farm is a land-based fish farm.
That's correct. That is correct, but they do have cages associated with that.
So the underwater lighting, again, I've seen 2 references to that, but not a particular emphasis, which you now gave it in your hearing statement. Is that correct?
That is correct, but as I alluded to, I'm here to provide the reporter with further details as to his questions.
I can comment that in due course, Mr. Harman. Thank you.
Sorry, just making sure I've noted everything. Yes, of course, Mr. Moody.
I would like to hear from Mr. Shorter the actual hours of operation, because I understand it, that my reading of it is that in order for this to work, there has to be 24/7 oxygenation, water changing constantly, and so on. So what's the extent of the monitoring of this on the base, on the site, in terms of hours? I mean, in the winter, it's a short daylight, a short day. So I just would like to know more detail about the actual manning of the base and the way it will operate.
Well, I was going to say, is that because you're interested in when it would be wet? I mean, that's the only, yeah.
And other vehicle movements.
Mm-hmm. So can I ask Mr. Hawthorne to deal with that, who's more experienced in operational rather than me?
So, I mean, fish farmers, generally speaking, work in daylight just from a safety point of view. So during the summer months, I think we've indicated a 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. sort of normal working window, when it's always daylight anyway. But in the winter months, you wouldn't be working after it gets dark unless there was some particular unusual event. So, for example, fish being delivered to the site by a whaleboat, the whaleboat might arrive at 8 p.m. So you need to have people on the water for that instance, but not for a routine operation. Routine operations, you'd switch everything off when it gets dark. I mean, I've been in farms, where it's getting dark, but then you're packing up, you're coming home, you're tying up your boat at the pontoon, and you're walking ashore and you're shutting down.
Yes, but this is not typical, and it's to understand what's required for the operation of all this extra technology, because other fish farms, and we're talking about the differences, don't have that technology, don't have that scale of shore base. So is it not going to be different in the way it operates as well, compared with your previous past experience?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So, of course, we are using more technology, but that doesn't mean that you have people out on the farm all night long. You will have the alarm. Our intention is for the first year or so to have people on site 24/7, as we're getting used to the systems. And then after the first year, we'll reappraise and decide if we need them. But those people won't be working through the night. They'll be sleeping. There'll be sleeping accommodation for them, and that's in the design of the farm. So we're not planning on having a 24/7 operation. We're going to have, just like they do at all the farms I visited in Norway over the last number of years, everyone goes home at night, and they've got some people on call who then go to the farm if there's an alarm, which is quite standard practice. So, I don't anticipate that being any different in this setup.
Just ask you to pick up one point that was raised in the question, that this is a far bigger shore base than other fish farms. I think Mr. Shotter gave information that some are bigger, some are small, some are equivalent, some are smaller. What's your experience?
I haven't done a detailed analysis of different farms. I would say, on average, that our shore base has got more stuff on it compared to a conventional open net farm. Now, conventional open net farms almost always have a barge in the sea, which the park asked us not to use. They asked us to go on shore, and just to be clear, that we thought that was better for us too. So that was a happy occurrence that suited us, and the park thought it was better. I think we'll be slightly bigger, but actually per ton of fish, probably about the same.
Thank you.
Sure. I'm keen to move on to because we've got a few items to go through. But if it's germane to this, then of course.
Well, just to do with lighting, I mean, just to be clear, that whole shoreline is completely undeveloped. There are no lights at all. And I think that needs to be said. And it's in complete contrast to the east side. So obviously, once you get beyond Coalescen, there's about sort of, I don't know, a handful of residents. That's one of the attractions. Coalescen?
No, for south of Coalescen.
Yes, south of Coalescen, there's absolutely nothing. And it's one of its attractions.
Yeah, so when you say that undeveloped unlit, you mean from Coalescen southwards?
Yeah, and there's no lighting. It's dark skies, which is quite a unique thing in this country.
Can I ask Mr. Hawthorne to comment on that too?
Okay.
So I went for a run this morning. It was still dark. I went up on the Aracher 10k running route, and I looked down the loch, and like a Christmas tree, you're seeing the Finner oil base and the Glenmallan jetty, hugely lit up. I think that's absolutely misrepresenting this coastline.
But I think the point was about the west side of the shore, the coastline, rather than the coast as a whole. I mean, I understand that Finner and Glenmallan exist. I've got evidence on that. I think it was a narrower point. Ms. McLean was
absolutely. I mean, it's completely on the west side, and that's the point. All the views, which to a large extent you've dismissed from the A81, all those views are from the east coast onto the west shore. You don't look along the west. You're walking along the west shore. It's not the same thing. So you see from the west shore, yes, you see development, but when you are looking, which majority of the views are, which have not been properly considered, they're from the east side.
And just to add further to that, the western side of the loch equates to approximately 10 kilometres where there is no lighting, and the Glenmallan base is located approximately 2.7 kilometres away from the site. So that's quite a significant distance between the gateway to the national park and the site itself, and the influence of lights, which Mr. Hawthorne appreciated at some distance away.
Okay, thank you. So, come back to that gateway issue. I think that's right at the end of the agenda. I do want to talk about viewpoints as well. That's on the agenda as well. I'm going to move on to my item 2, if that's okay, which was about siting and design. And I've got a question for the appellant's witnesses first, and then I'll give others a chance to comment. So can we look? So I think it's actually the Nature Scott document I want to look at, the siting and design of aquaculture in the landscape, which I think is CD 4.3 or app 4.4. It may be worthwhile having a look at that. So everyone got a copy of that. The appellant's statement of case, which I don't think you need to look at, points to illustration 2.1 as I think the point being made is that, well, that's a similar layout or similar visual appearance from that this fish farm would be. But what I wanted to look at a different illustration actually, which is further down. If you go to 3.4.2 section of the document, which is I think page 21 of the PDF, and there's 4 little line drawings in that page, and I was looking at the bottom left-hand one. In fact, let me just check. Yeah, so 3.4.2. That's a double row. I thought there was a single row there. Yeah, no apologies. I think I've taken you to the wrong one. Sorry, let me go back a bit. Yeah, no, that's so. I think the statement of case referred to 2.11, which does show a double row. I think the question I had is would the example at 3.42, which is also a double row, is that a better impression because it shows a loch, which looks a bit more like Loch Long does than the earlier example. So I was just asking for your views on that, Mr. Flannery, and then I was going to ask if anyone else had a look at this and wanted to comment.
So we did, as you say, refer to this illustration as it being a reflection of the positioning of the proposal, a linear arrangement, and it's reflecting the linear arrangement or alignment of the loch. And obviously the fact that we've actually got a single row, I think is also enables it to align better, and also it does show that reflects the guidance which suggests that it is preferred if the cages are to one side and not in the middle. And if you look at the actual layout carefully, that is in fact the case with our proposal.
If I may follow on from that, sir, I'd quickly like to draw your attention to page 22 of my hearing statement. And under 5.5, it's on that page you've got there, sir. It's the diagram at the bottom there, sir. And this diagram, which is taken from the applicant's submission, clearly indicates or demonstrates that the cages are not aligned close to the shore. They extend approximately 40% into the middle of the loch. So even though they are aligned adjacent or in parallel to the coast, they intrude significantly into what is a very narrow water body. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, and I'd note there's a clear difference of opinion in that. I get that, and it's something I'm just going to take a view on as to the extent to which that, is successfully does that or not. Okay. Yeah. I think Mrs. McLean maybe wanted to come in on this point.
Well, I think we need to just, in this context, and I'm sure we'll come on to it later, but it's the experience of if you're on the water, I think that needs to be considered, because that actually feels like you're almost two-thirds. If you're trying to sort of go past that, or sail past, or kayak, or whatever, you have to be about two-thirds across in order to be able to continue down that route.
It feels to me that's not quite a landscape and visual effect. That's about recreation and enjoyment of the water. Although there is a related point about viewpoints from the water, which I do want to.
And they are receptors, obviously.
So I just had a quick factual question, so we can check it. The parts witness gave a figure of 40% of out into the loch. I just wondered where he was measuring from to get, and what his details were to get 40%. If necessary, you can give us that over the lunch and adjournment. But I'd be interested in order to be able to respond to that figure properly, which I think is a new figure, because the paragraph he draws attention to refers to two-thirds. And I'm not that slightly, it's apples and pears slightly. I accept that, but the 40%, it'd be useful to know how he gets to 40%.
Indeed. So I measured the width of the lock via Google Earth. I can't recollect the exact figure at the moment. And I took the approximate point of the outer cage, which is the square cage. That is the cage that extends the most into the lock. And I simply drew a line to the nearest part of the coast. And what I...
Sorry, Mr. Finlay, can I... Sorry,
yeah. And if I may, I'm not sure if this is the right opportunity to raise this, but the appellant raised one factor where their proposal conforms, if we can put it that way, to the guidance document. Within my rebuttal statement and hearing statement, I identify approximately 12 other factors that should be considered. They are detailed in my evidence, but would it be useful for me to quickly run through those now, sir?
Well, can you show me where they are first? Because if it's just repeating what's in writing, I don't necessarily need you to do that if that's all we're doing. But
yes, so the reference would be within my rebuttal statements. It is paragraphs 4.8 to 4.19. And as I say, sir, there's about 12 other considerations that highlight many factors in relation to the impact, lighting being one, the fact that from lower lying elevations, the views are foreshortened, so therefore the massing of the cages are more prominent. I won't go on, sir. All of the information is there for you to see.
yeah, I've got that, and I've got that and noted it. Mr. Finlay, did you?
Mr. Harman mentioned 419. I think his section 4 in my copy ends at 12.
This is my rebuttal statement.
Your rebuttal statement. Apologies. Yeah, no, I understand that now. Great.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, sir. Because we're referring to the Scottish National Heritage siting and design of aquaculture in the landscape, I don't see how what's proposed conforms to the principles that are described there. If I may quote just briefly, Scotland is a small country. While its coastline is relatively extensive, it is often intimate in scale and highly visible. A series of even modest developments can quickly make a disproportionately much larger impact in such an open and intricate landscape. Likewise, even a single poorly sited or designed development in a landscape valued for its special scenic qualities or located on a stretch of isolated coast may erode the national resource of these now relatively rare landscapes. And it goes on to say here are some of the constraints.
Sorry, Mr. Moody, can I just ask whereabouts are you reading from, just so as I can note it properly?
I think that statement is near the beginning of the document, but I can quote. I was going to quote on from 3.83. At 3.83, any new development should aim to reflect the scale and distribution of existing built pattern, if possible. And as we've pointed out, there are no structures, no built pattern south of Coilescent. And finally, the points at 3.3.2, constraints which are likely to make it difficult to accommodate aquaculture development. One, significant and defining characteristics of the landscape which will be compromised by aquaculture development, such as small-scale indentations along a coast, specific features valued because of the historic, cultural or aesthetic quality on which aquaculture development will have a negative impact, and aspects of the experience or appreciation of a place which will be adversely affected by the presence of aquaculture development, such as an area characterised by remoteness or lack of structures.
Okay, what was the reference? Did you say 3?
That's 3.3.2.
I don't see a 3.3.2.
All right. Took that from the document that was headed The Siting and Design of Aquaculture in the Landscape, Visual and Landscape Considerations.
The version I've got has 3.3.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. No, it's the second document. Guidance on landscape, seascape capacity for aquaculture. Sorry, it's the second document on the same website. Guidance on landscape, seascape capacity for aquaculture.
If I may say, just to follow on from that, paragraph 2.7 of the Siting and Design Guidance states that development should not undermine the special features or qualities which the designation was established to protect. Indeed, development in some locations within designated area may well be inappropriate in principle, regardless of design.
Okay. Right.
So I think Mr. Shotter would like to respond to something that's been said, if that's all right with you.
Yes, can I ask? Okay, no, we'll do that and then I'll ask my question. Yeah, Mr. Shotter, carry on.
Thank you, sir. So you asked the extent which the proposal takes account of the guidance and the document setting and design. You'll see it in both the scoping and the EIA. But I wanted to make clear that one of the very first recommendations in this document, which is under section 2.4, is, as Mr. Harman said, where agriculture is inappropriate, in principle, those areas should be identified. We look to do this with our consultations with Argyll and Bute Council and Nature Scott as early as 8th of February 2019, and we were told that there was no principal issue with a salmon farm, unlike wind farms. The park had a marine finfish policy. Section 2.6 states that the planning authority should identify areas where are potentially suitable for new fish farms and areas which are unlikely to be appropriate for such development. The park never stated in 2 years of consultation prior to the application that there was an in-principle issue with this particular location. 2.7 does discuss landscape with regard to the national park. It's not ruled out development in these areas. The advice is to engage with the planning authority, which we had done, as well as the local communities, some of which are here today. Following engagement with the National Park Authority, Argyll and Bute Council, and Nature Scott, there was a ZTV that was submitted with the viewpoints that they provided. And then after taking a trip in a Land Rover with both the Park Authority officers and Argyll and Bute, it was agreed that the area where the proposed development now sits was of the least visible impact, and it was agreed between parties that this area would minimise impact from the users of the park. Now, at the time, that particular area was felt compliant with other parts of the guidance document. I don't want to read them all out, but a couple key ones. 3.81 says it's not acceptable to be too close to a settlement. We've discussed that. The same paragraph states areas with some settlement or other infrastructure, such as rural industries, quarries, forestry, can all provide a suitable context for aquaculture. So we've already talked about the forestry from Coalescence south to the tip of the peninsula. We've got the Glen Malin MOD jetty. We've got the Glenfinner oil terminal and the Glen Douglas MOD explosives area directly across the loch. 3.82 also talks about the dark backdrop of the forestry. We talked about moving away from the barge to the shore base. Barges are listed as being particularly intrusive, section 5.22. And then 3.8.3 talks about the shore base design and the infrastructure should sit in a sheltered bay or inlet. Well, that particular bay that we're in is one of the deepest across that upper basin of Loch Long, and to make use of existing roads, which we've done, and it also benefits from the mountainous backdrop behind the shore base and the marine enclosures. And then it's about colour scheme. Mr. Harman's shown in his hearing statement what I believe is a Certis design, which is painted bright red, and of course we discussed with the Park Authority and said we would paint everything in dark or muted colours as per the guidance and as per their preference. And lastly, Mr. Moody's point, describing the site as an isolated coast. I know that we're going to discuss the landscape, or the Firth of Clyde landscape and seascape assessment in some detail, I expect. But that document was provided to us by the Park Authority to help us cite and design the project. In that very document, the stretch of coastline coalescing to Shepherd's Point is not described as an isolated coast, nor even a remote coast. It's classified as a secluded coast, which is the least sensitive of the three designations or classifications in that document, which is aligned with Section 2 of the Citing and Design of Agriculture in the landscape document, sir. So I'm just trying to paint a picture, sir, that at the early stages of the project, this was a key document that was used to help us cite and design. Now, that's really based on the citing of the site. There's a whole other load of aspects regarding the design which we won't go into now. But I hope that was useful, sir.
Sir, if I could just come in on that.
Yes, I'll add in a question because it's related to that. But I'm going to put the health warning that obviously I wasn't involved in any of those pre-application discussions. I'm not party to them. I don't know the details. I have to advise ministers on the face of the application before them. So I'm not saying that's all irrelevant, but it doesn't help me much come to my own view about the landscape and visual effects. However, that said, I did want to ask a question about it. And I think in the appellant's hearing statement, it says that it was agreed that siting the west side of the loch would minimise impacts from the national park. And I wondered if you had a response to that assertion.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Shotter has painted a picture which the Park Authority will now give its particular view on. I think Alison Williamson was involved in those discussions, sir, so you can hear it from the officer involved.
Just to give some background to the pre-application discussions that we had with the applicant at the time. We did provide pre-application advice. At the very early stage, the appellant were considering 4 different sites around Loch Long. So an initial meeting was held with Argyll and Bute Council planning officers, the applicant, and obviously due to the fact that the marine planning zone of Loch Long is split between the National Park and Argyll and Bute Council. 2 of the sites that were under consideration at that time were then ruled out by the Ministry of Defence. A site visit was undertaken with the appellant to consider the 2 remaining sites, one on the east side of the loch, one on the west side of the loch, again with Argyll and Bute Council. Advice was provided on 2 of the options, but at this point in time, the appellant didn't know whether a shore-based location would be required. However, given that the east side of the loch is immediately adjacent to the A814, it would be impossible to construct a shore base on the east side of the loch. Therefore, the appellant selected the west side of the loch due to a requirement for a shore base. Whilst we did provide national pre-application advice, this is obviously advice, and the location was certainly not agreed with the appellant in terms of landscape. Landscape concerns were highlighted at a very early stage in the pre-application process.
If I may just add, obviously it's quite, it's part of everyday business for planning authorities to give pre-app advice. It's always without prejudice to the kind of formal assessment, because you're basing any advice you're giving without obviously a full application with EIA, etc. So that I'm sure sir is well aware of that. So perhaps it may assist that nothing Mr. Shotter said suggested the park agreed that the location was suitable. What he suggested is that in the course of the discussions, it was agreed that the west side was less intrusive than the east side. That's a different point. We're quite aware that the park was giving pre-application advice and that it doesn't bind itself to those considerations, but I don't think there's actually any dispute between what the parties have said as to the debate that occurred to the extent that it exists here.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that we move on to item 3, which is the selection of viewpoints. I think we're still, is everyone okay to, I'm not sure, I don't need a break just now, but I just want to make sure everyone else is okay to carry on just now. Okay, so I mean, I've read the differences of opinion in this. As I think I understand that dispute, and I don't have a lot of questions as to why certain viewpoints were not selected. I've got a lot of evidence on it. I do have a couple of more detailed questions, but if people feel there are important other issues to raise, then we can do this. I think number 4 is adequacy and completeness of the photomontages and wirelines, and then we'll go on to methodology and seascape, the effects on different viewpoints, visual impacts. But at this stage, it's just about the selection of viewpoints. And the first question I had was for the National Park Authority, I think for you, Mr. Harman. And you're saying there, if I understand, your point is that microsighting is not always the worst case. I wondered, is that just, were you just referring to viewpoint 9, which is really near the site, or is that a wider point that you're making, and if so, are there other examples where you think the microsighting it's not worst case?
Sure. Microsighting wasn't my major concern. My major concern, sir, was the emission of viewpoints, and I will quickly give you a quick overview of those in a moment. But in regards to microsighting, it was apparent that the viewpoint from Glen Douglas, that was slightly obscured by trees, and there was a slightly more open view. Now, I do take into account that it's a fleeting view when you travel along that road, but it wasn't the most open view, in my opinion. And another example of where microsighting could have been better was the viewpoint from the A33 near to Arica. That was taken at the head of the loch, whereby if you travel along the A83 past the torpedo sites, the road is of a higher elevation, and therefore you would get a greater view looking down onto the enclosures. But nonetheless, that viewpoint is roughly 7 kilometres away, so that wasn't the location where we expected effects to be significant. But I must point out, so as detailed in paragraph 2.2 of my rebuttal statement, it is always, this is quoted from the guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessments.
You're anticipating this. I mean, I know where you're going with this, but sure. I understand that dispute. That
sure.
There's a dispute as the extent to which you agreed
yes.
What the viewpoints were, and your response back as well. It's still your responsibility. I mean, we needn't go over all that again unless there's new things to say about it.
Yes, there are one new thing to say about it, and that is the emission of the viewpoints themselves. And this is of significant importance to our understanding of how the proposals will appear within the landscape and seascape. There are no viewpoints from the water, sir. The assessment that I mentioned a while ago that I'm undertaking in the Sound of Mull, we went out in a boat and we took 2 or 3 viewpoints from the Sound. Now, I thought it would be necessary to provide at least 3 viewpoints from the water. One nearby, when you're passing by the cages, one from possibly 2 to 3 kilometres away, so that we could gauge the extent to which significant effects might be likely, and one from a little further afield. Likewise, there are no viewpoints from the A814. Mr. Flannery, in his hearing statement, suggested it was too dangerous to take photographs. Now, all you need to do, sir, is wear a high-vis jacket and climb over a little metal barrier. That is in very close proximity to the site where significant effects are very likely, and I provide justification for that within my evidence.
If you provide over the barrier, you're not taking the photograph from the road, are you?
It's adjacent to the road, sir. You're a metre away from the road carriageway. And then last of all, sir, there are no viewpoints from the Cow Way. I was up there at the weekend, and we'll come on to this later, but there's roughly a 500-metre section where you get clear and open views right above the development, and there are no viewpoints from that location either, sir. So when we take that in the round, we are missing vital information on understanding the landscape and visual impact from some key receptors that are valued and enjoyed by many people.
Okay.
Can I respond to some of that?
Yes. Can I ask? I don't want to be a misery guts, but can we not clap, please, when people make a point? It's just distracting. Sorry. Yes, Mr. Murray, but I was going to ask after Clyde, and if you've got a wider comment to make, then that's fine. I had a particular question for you, which is one of your suggestions was, I think, a picnic area, as you described it in the A14. I couldn't find it, and I've driven along the road twice. Can you tell me where that is?
It's just north of Glenmallan. We drove along that road today, and I counted 5. There are 5 places where you can park the car. You pull over to the side and you park your car. And if you look down, I mean, admittedly I was a passenger, but are we saying that passengers aren't included in this? Passengers. But the Glenmallan spot, there is one parking bay just after the Glenmallan construction, and then there's a second one where you've got actually spaces for about 3 cars. And if you look on your left, there is a grassy area with a place where people have campfires and things and fishermen's use. And it is, perhaps strange to some people, but there are quite a lot of people who do park their cars, nip over the barrier and get close to the water. It's a steep-sided loch. There aren't opportunities elsewhere. And actually, I was actually a ranger in the national park for a season, and we were actually, part of our job was to patrol these areas and to look, to make sure there was no antisocial behaviour going on in those locations. So they just cannot be dismissed. And what I will say is that driving on the A814 today, which is actually now we're going into autumn, I don't think very much consideration has been taken to sort of temporal changes, the seasons, because actually most of that vegetation is deciduous, and during the winter you're going to have a pretty consistent view all the way along the A814.
So I will come back to that on the agenda under the visual impacts for each place. So this is somewhere where you can park 3 cars, I think you said. How far north of Glenmallan is this, roughly? Right, okay, that's fine. If everyone's content, you can maybe just point that out to us later on. I've got the. Me too.
I think Mr. Flannery asked for the location from where the photograph was taken by Arthur Clyde, and I think he's been to that location and can assist you with that information.
Yep. Thank you very much. I'd like to actually get a chance to express the applicant's point of view in regards to this, as we've obviously been hearing from the NPA and others. Can I say that just because there isn't a viewpoint does not mean that that location hasn't been assessed. There are a number of locations in the assessment, landscape visual impact assessment, where the A814 and other locations are listed, recreational routes or transport routes, and that they have been assessed. And we've got two experienced landscape architects here, and I'm sure have done this kind of work before. But if you visit a viewpoint and you're talking about parking bays, there is no parking bay along that road. There are lay-bys, and the lay-bys are mainly to allow cars to overtake each other on a very busy road. And I visited the location that was given to us yesterday, and I parked my car in one of the lay-bys. I didn't feel comfortable crossing that road particularly because there were a number of sharp bends. You would have to cross over a crash barrier. And this is not something that I would say is a representative viewpoint. And can also point out that Mr. Harmon's mentioned a number of viewpoints which it would have been useful to include on the loch, and none of these have been actually mentioned at any point that we would have included them. Can I just also
Sorry, can I just while we're on the point about the loch, I've done various wind farm appeals, and I've often seen viewpoints taken from ferries, for example, when that's been a relevant view. The view from the loch seemed to me to be quite an obvious one to want to capture, because there are recreational votes on it. It seemed like an odd omission to me.
Well, can I, on that point, can I just I've been given the...
I'm very sorry. Is it because you can't hear?
Sorry.
Oh, right, your hand was up. Sorry. No, I'm afraid not. I have to run at this.
Just information that I've been advised. It's the initial viewpoints at scoping were selected by a landscape architect called Carol Anderson after a desktop study and a site visit. Now, Carol Anderson worked alongside Alison Grant on the Clyde Seascape Assessment, and it was Alison Grant herself that produced the siting and design document for SNH. Carol Anderson was also the lead landscape architect to produce the Loch Lomond Character Review in 2015, so she knew this area well. And this selection process was before my involvement and before the involvement of the person that wrote the SLVIA. So a lot of these locations were decided by that person.
Can I ask you a question then? In your professional judgment, if you were doing that now, do you think you would have selected a viewpoint on the loch?
I think yes. If I were doing that myself, I had been on boats and taking photographs from the loch. If it was pointed out to me that there was lots of recreational activity, I would have looked, like you suggested, for something that was maybe more permanent, like a ferry or something like that route. But recreational use, I mean, they are enjoying the loch, so I would agree that there could have been some viewpoints from that location. But the other, well, that's really all I have to say, I think, on that matter.
Can I just add something on that?
Sorry, was that you?
No.
Oh, right. Sorry, didn't see it. I beg your pardon.
This just shows a clear lack of understanding of how the area is actually used. And as locals, we live here and we see how tourists use it. We see people parking up there all of the time, and it just highlights really how the lack of research that was actually done on how the land is used and how people enjoy it.
So you're talking about the A14 in particular, yeah?
Yes, and the water, yeah.
So, as a supplementary point, sir, I feel that there's been a lack of attention to the experience on the peninsula. John Piper and I both live on the peninsula, and a lot of people explore it, but of course we don't count the numbers. It's amazing how many there are there. We have a community woodland, just to illustrate, a community woodland on Loch Goyle, Kilmonaghan, and they have people counters, and you wouldn't realise that 2,000 people a month in the summer visit those woodlands. It's a kind of hidden thing, you just cannot, you underestimate the amount of use of those recreational areas. And I wanted to emphasise that in terms of viewpoints, and I think Mr. Harman actually referred to this, that that there has not been enough account taken of the experience and the viewpoints on the peninsula, from the shore, from the core paths. These are very significant for judging the impact of this development.
Okay, thank you. And I was going to say, we'll come on to the Kilway is one of the ones that I wanted to talk about. I was finished with my questions in this section, but if there's something pressing, Mr. Harman, carry on.
Thank you, sir. I will be very brief. Just in response to Mr. Flannery's points, it's important to recognise that Mr. Flannery did not undertake the detailed assessment, despite he's given us his peer review. It is the ultimate responsibility of the landscape architect to ensure the viewpoint selection is fit for purpose. And bearing in mind this is a novel technology, the omission of those nearby viewpoints is a fundamental issue with the assessment. And finally, it was not Carol Anderson who undertook those viewpoints. I know that, sir, because I worked very closely with her. And I believe she actually had an email last week to ask her if it was her that took the viewpoints, and her answer was no. So I'm not sure where Mr. Flannery is getting his information from.
So as a landscape architect and a local, I think what we'd like to say is we just don't recognise the descriptions of the A814, the cow, the Loch Lomond, what's it called? The Loch Lomond, the long distance walkway on the east coast, and the use of the water. We just don't recognise it. It is not a busy road driving along the A814. Yes, I mean you have to drive quite slowly because it's humpy, bumpy, and you know we've done it with my children. And you always used to sort of go over the bumps, and you cannot drive fast along that road. People, maybe you get the odd person who does, but it's not what I would describe as a fast road. So you cannot be dismissed. And equally, the distance which they dismiss on the Three Lofts Way as being insignificant. I make it in my statement, but it takes about 30 to 40 minutes. It's the most attractive part of it. Sorry, I'm going into detail here, but I think what I'm trying to say is we don't recognise the way in which those walks and ways of travelling through the landscape are portrayed.
Okay, and I'm going to come on to both the A814 and the Three Lofts Way. Okay, I don't have anything else in item 3. I was going to suggest a break. Is there anything, are people happy to move on, or is there anything left unsaid that's important? Okay, so shall we come back at 20 past 11 then, and we'll continue with item 4, if that's okay. Yeah, thank you everyone. Hello again, everyone. Can I just check before we start, has this all been audible from the back of the room? Yeah, okay, thank you. So, number 4 was about the adequacy and completeness of the photo montages and the wirelines. So, we've already went over, we've heard about the selection of viewpoints and views on that, so I don't want to get back into that.
So can I just
raise
one point on that? My apologies, because it's just... a point was made by Mr. Harman at the end about viewpoints about Carol Anderson. We're having that double checked, but Carol Anderson certainly did work on the scoping assessment, and I've seen an email from her confirming that. I don't think she was involved at the formal EIA stage, which may explain why Mr. Harman gave the evidence she did, but she was certainly involved at the scoping stage, and I've seen an email from Carol Anderson herself setting that out. She, as noted, was one of the authors of the seascape study. And the other point I'd wish to make in response to Mr. Harman is that whilst, of course, we accept as he's been at pains to point out on innumerable occasions, that the ultimate responsibility lies with those undertaking the EIA. There is a process involved, and the park did suggest that, and did highlight the lack of visualisations from the Three Lofts Way, and they were produced in the addendum, as you are aware. As I understand it, at the time, there was no similar request for a view from the loch. And I do note that the way Mr. Harman put it in his internal report was that it would have been useful to have had a view from the loch. Not that it was a fundamental mistake not to do so. And indeed that it conforms with the evidence that Mr. Flannery gave you in answer to your question, so that had he been doing it, he might well have done one from the loch. In our submission, bearing in mind the point that Mr. Flannery also made, that representative viewpoints are indeed representative, it's important to have a sense of perspective on this. So the reference to the word useful comes from MPA 132, which is the internal advice report, and it's page 6 of 9 in the penultimate paragraph. And one can contrast that with the language that Mr. Harman currently uses.
Just very quickly in response, if I may, sir, we also requested a sequential assessment that was in the scoping opinion along the A814 and indeed the A83. They were not provided.
As to the request for Mr. Hellman effectively confirms my point that there was no request from a view from the law. If we can deal with the lack of the importance of the lack of sequential assessment when we come to that part of the inquiry, of the hearing.
Okay, sorry, Mrs. McLean, did you want to add in?
I'm afraid it's another observation, sort of, again, on this procedure, but you are left with the opinion that there are, within that 2 kilometre zone, on the zone of theoretical vision, there is like 2 viewpoints, and yet we all know it is the impact close up that is going to be, the cumulative effect of those cages with the buildings on the land side, and the combination of that is going to actually look rather shocking. And it's no surprise that there are no viewpoints, actually, because I think everybody would be rather alarmed if they did see them. And I'm afraid you're left being rather cynical about the way in which those viewpoints have been selected.
Okay, thank you. I think I've heard enough about that in the evidence already. I understand everyone's views. I'm going to move on to number 4. And I don't have a lot of questions on this. I'm hoping it won't take too long. So I think from the National Park Authorities, I think it's their hearing statement at 3.7 and the end of the 3rd bullet. Let me just find that. So it's 3.7, which is key issues, and then the second subheading is viewpoint assessment. And so it's the second bullet point of that. And then reading after the quote, it says, none of the visualisations illustrate the entire array of proposed complements, including the shore base, pontoons, slipway tanks, silos, etc., as well as the marine enclosures, mooring and navigational buoys. So I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Harmon, is that... does that comment or criticism relate to the fact that because the selection of viewpoints means that for some only shore-based components are visible and for some only offshore components are visible, or is it a comment about the way that the actual effects have been captured and rendered in the actual imagery? I just wondered if you could clarify that point for me.
Yes, on review of Mr. Flannery's evidence, he did point out that if you zoom into some of the more close-up montages, then the appearance of the containers are actually visible. So I retract that specific statement. But in answer to your question, sir, it is the degree to which the montages illustrate all parts of the proposal. And if you quickly look at the preceding bullet point in 3.7, sir, it says for all aquaculture proposals, this is from the SNH guidance, the worst case scenario needs to be illustrated and assessed. So just to clarify, sir, which aspects of the proposals are not illustrated within the montages. First of all, we have no nighttime montages. We've already alluded to the fact that the development will be subject to significant lighting on land and marine-based elements. We do not know how that will appear in close proximity from the road. Now, in terms of the viewpoints themselves and the wire lines, it is not my understanding that the road coming down from the forest track is shown on the forest montages, and as that has been subject to recent forestry felling, that would be a very visible element with the engineering of that road, so that is certainly not shown. Nor is the umbilical cord. And finally, if we are to quickly look at section 5.4 of my hearing statements, this is where we go back to the cross-section of the Certus 3000. Now, I don't intend we go there now, sir, but if you were to zoom in on the montages, although the containers are shown, it is my understanding that where we've got those 4 rather intrusive platforms and associated railings, they are not illustrated on the wire lines. So my point is, sir, is that because it's a novel technology, the wire lines and the associated montages do not illustrate the worst case scenario as NatureScot states in their guidance to give us a full and complete understanding of how the proposals will appear.
So from that drawing, is the containers and not the top nets, but the railings that go around the perimeter. That's what you're.
That's correct, sir. So just to clarify, the containers are shown, but it's those 4 platforms and associated railings that aren't.
Okay. I was going to go back to you on that point, Mr. Flannery. I'll let you respond. Two observations. It might be worthwhile zooming in just so as I can see exactly what a better definition. It may be clear, so that it may be useful to me to see where a zoom in what a zoom in reveals, if you like.
Yeah.
But I suppose I had a wider question for you, I suppose, which is just about you've not done you didn't do the the LVIA. I think you did the addendum, but you've peer reviewed it, and I suppose my question is, in terms of the rendering of the images, the photomontages, and the wirelines, are they, in your view, high quality, comprehensive, best practice?
Sure.
Just keen for your views on that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, just to confirm that the visualizations that have been prepared in accordance with the NatureScot S&H guidance in terms of their visualizations for aquaculture and the latest Landscape Institute's guidance. What I would say is that yes, I think it may well be helpful for you if we did a screen grab or something. And what I had the benefit of, and others may have the benefit of, is the high definition versions of those PDFs, which are, they might be 80 or 90 megabytes. So you can zoom in and see that detail. But if you have a poorer quality PDF, you can't do, you just can't make that observation. But what I would also point out, and it kind of goes back to the illustration that Mr. Hardman tabled earlier, in that, when you just look at the image that was presented, is that a true reflection of what you're looking at from some of these viewpoints? So a lot of the viewpoints and I know there's a criticism that there are none that are viewpoints included. We have got a very limited ZTV that's showing us the extent of the visibility, and the proportion of viewpoints that we have, I think, reflects that. I think what we're looking at here is sufficient detail to enable an assessment to be carried out. I don't think the addition of handrails at sort of 4 kilometres or 3 kilometres or 7 kilometres is going to really make a big difference. That's been pointed out. I think the fact the containers are there, I think it is helpful, and those are, we've got to think about what are those features that are actually going to cause visual effect or landscape effect. And in my opinion, I agree that if you're approaching the development in canoes and you're getting nearer, the nets will matter, the visibility will matter. But from the distances we're talking about, I think those visualizations are more than adequate for assessment purposes.
Okay, so that's interesting. The reason I ask, because and clearly it is because of the versions that I have. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not at all. We have got a zoomed-in version on the screen here, and it actually has got handrails, nets, and so on. It may well be a resolution issue.
Well, I'll come back to you. It might well be. I don't think the versions I've got are anything like 80 to 90 megs. The paper version, the paper photographs are a bit grainy. So are the PDFs that I have, and that's why I was asking. I found them difficult to really interpret. So if you've got...
It's the wire lines, of course. The wire lines give you that detail. I mean, it's not necessarily a reflection of what, bear in mind, of what you would see. The photomontages are more realistic, and of course, we shouldn't really be... We're looking at zooming in for the detail just to see whether it's missing in the versions that we have. But what we should be looking at is the photomontages in accordance with the guidance, printed at the right scale, held at a comfortable level, and then looked at. And you know, it's my opinion that whether there is or isn't a handrail is probably in that context not particularly that relevant.
Could I maybe just come in on that? So if you were to put CD 1.014, so it's CD 1.14 up on your screen, sir, from which you'll be able to see the plans and drawings that are associated, and then you'll be able to see the detail.
Do you know what that means? You just provide that number.
It's
viewpoint number, or
it's not a viewpoint number. It's actually the design drawing which has been submitted with the planning application. So it's CD 1.14 or APP 1.13. I think someone would be able to. If you can see that, sorry, there's a collection of plans, but it enables you through PDF to actually, to zoom in, and then you can see there's if you look at the topmost, I think it's the topmost drawing, you'll see these sort of structured walkways. There's two of them on each side of the development, which certainly appear to me to be quite substantial.
And then, if you were then compare that, sir, to the wire line from viewpoint 9, that is the most close-up one. And when this is what I have on my screen now, so I don't know whether you can see at this distance. But yeah, if you were to zoom in on the wire line from viewpoint 9 and compare that to the document that Mr. McKee has just referred to, you will see that the 4 higher development platforms, which are considerably higher, twice the height as the lower railings, they are not shown.
Sorry, I'm going to try and look at the wire frame for viewpoint 9. But just can understand, Mr. Flannery, when you talked about higher resolution versions, is that of? I presume that's of the photomontages rather than the wire lines, or is that both we're talking about here? Right. Okay.
Should just huddle around this one computer, two computers.
Can I just make the point? We shouldn't have to be doing this. I mean, we shouldn't have to be scrabbling around trying to find an illustration which shows what we're talking about. Isn't that the whole point? And I think the other point I'd like to make is, I think the park asked the applicant whether they would reconsider doing some of the viewpoints because the vegetation had been removed since the original ones were done, and they said no, it's not going to make a difference. But actually, that's again the point, that there are no views that are close up where you can actually understand what this thing is going to look like, and that's what we're discussing.
Can I just clarify that point? We were asked for an opinion on whether we wanted to comment on the fact that there had been clearances around the site. What we actually did do is we did viewpoints from Three Locks Way, which included the areas of clearance, because obviously the photography was taken after that clearance. So we didn't object in producing visualizations for the Three Lock Way.
No, but again, we come back to this 2 kilometre zone, which has been ignored and has been sort of, it's just been sort of rejected. And I think that's when the vegetation that's being cleared would make a real impact, because even in the aquaculture guidelines, I can't remember, don't ask me which ones, but one of the things that I think it was probably in Nature Scott's landscape and character assessment, it talks about how vegetation would actually help create a foil, create a backdrop for any development, and that is not there anymore, and it's going to take years to establish.
And I think we've moved on from the point where that was item 3 in the agenda, and my focus now is just on this technical point.
Can I start before?
Right, I'm going to allow Mr. Moody to say something and then come back. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I know something about the psychology of human perception. Have you ever taken a photograph of a beautiful scene, and when you look at the results, it seems much further away than your eye perceived it? What happens with our vision around large landscapes is that the eye looks upon what's of interest and acts almost like a zoom lens. So you're noticing the features. Now, if there's something in that scenery that strikes you as incongruous, you don't expect it to be there, it stands out all the more because the human experience of that is actually much greater. The impact is greater than looking at a flat photograph. It does not actually represent well the visual impact for what a person actually experiences. I just want to underline the difference. So I think there are limitations in this kind of presentation of a photo montage in terms of how it relates to actual human experience of that visual scene.
Sorry, Mr. McKee.
So I was just a suggestion. Before, it was faster just to get the landscape experts with you around looking at the map. Why don't you just do the same and look at the two images off one computer rather than look at each other's and disagree about what we see?
No, I mean, I think my interest is narrower than that just now. I just want to make sure that I've got the right quality images, and I take the point you make that I shouldn't zoom in from them from a location 4 kilometres away and assume I can see everything in that detail that you see when you zoom in. Obviously, I just want to make sure that when I'm out in the field, I've already been out in some of these viewpoints. I'll probably go again. So what I think I'll maybe just do afterwards is ask my office just to check with that we've got the same level of resolution of images that you have. That's because when they get put onto our website, they can get rendered down. It's just that's what I'm interested.
I'm just going to say, if you use the full size when you're on site, you're not an A3 small version or whatever, and then that, because this is, I understand the limitations, but this is what we have at the moment. That and these are done to, Landscape Institute's guidance, and the photography is, and it's the best we can do with the technology we have.
So that, I mean, there is one close-up view which does show a Y line. If you're looking at viewpoint 9, shoreline near site, which clearly shows the nets, the walkways, the pieces of equipment that would stand above them. I'm looking at it here.
It does not show so. The four highest.
On site. You're talking about onshore.
No, we're looking at the viewpoint 9 wireline. If you look on there, you've got the lower railings and compare that to the diagram that Mr. McKee referred to. It does not show the higher set of railings on the cross section within the planning application. Those 4 higher sections are twice the height of the lower railings, which are illustrated on that. The higher ones are not. It's clear for me to see.
So I'm looking at that right now. I don't know if you've got it in front of you. It shows a horizontal grey structure. So that's the I'll get the terms right here, but that's the collar or the kind of the external. It seems to show a railing above that. So, for example, if I'm looking at the left edge, it shows nets, it looks like it shows 4. Well, I don't know what it is. There's 4 denser kind of agglomerations of lines, which is that the 4 platforms?
It would be the feeders.
They are the containers.
The containers, the feed barges. That's what that.
Not the barges. They're the equipment that are on the containers that are shown on the side of the plans.
Right. So what is it? And it shows the top. It shows the net across all of it. So what do you think I'm missing there, Mr. Harman?
It is the 4 elevated walkways with railings. So the lower railings are on there, the containers are on there, but the elevated walkways and higher railings and associated railings are not. Would you like me to quickly point at it?
Is that what they call access platforms?
Yes.
And can I just take instructions about whether there are meant to be? I think there are how many access platforms there are meant to be and how many containers there are meant to be on one of these rings. Whether you're able to assist us with. I think there are 4 access platforms and 1 container. Is that right? Is it, Mr. Harman? Is your understanding there should be 4 access platforms and 1 container?
So, would it be helpful if I bring my computer to you and we can all quickly have a look and I can point these out? I think that'd be a more efficient way of doing it, sir.
Okay, shall we take a break then, and we can just have a quick, in the old-fashioned way, it would have been a big drawing, and we can maybe Mr. Harman and Mr. Flannery can come along, and Mrs. McLean if you'd like to. Okay, I'm going to start again after that short break. So just for those who weren't there, that what we were looking at was the wireframe and the extent to which it showed all the elements of the infrastructure, and it wasn't a discussion about whether it should show in order to allow me to reach a view. It was just a factual explanation of what it did show. So that was helpful. I'm going to suggest we move on to item 5, which is about methodology. If people are content with that. So, and I'd put the 3 questions there. The first one's perhaps quite a straightforward one, which is to Mr. Flannery, and you described the SLVIA as being as a whole in accordance GLVIA 3, but I just wondered whether that as a whole was significant for me, or whether that was just wording.
So the response is no, that the quoted text is not a qualification. The reference to as a whole in paragraph 2.4 meant reading both the original SLVIA in chapter 6 of the EIA report and the addendum to the EIA together. As outlined in my peer review of the SLVIA, both the initial assessment and the addendum were undertaken in accordance with the guidance in GLVIA 3. I suggested in the peer review that some aspects of the original assessment could have been clearer, such as visual values, and those points were much clearer in the EIA addendum. I therefore considered the assessment was robust and in accordance with GLVIA 3 guidance. Okay, that's fine. It's not a point I wanted to discuss wider. It was just about what exactly you meant, and that's fine. Thanks for the clarification. Okay, the second point then was Mr. Harman about in your rebuttal statement of 4.7 and this idea of a material shift, and I just wanted to be sure I understand exactly what you mean by that. So maybe if you could explain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the shift that I allude to is one of the assessment of seascape sensitivity, and that is of vital importance for 2 reasons. Firstly, within the appellant's statement of case, their siting and design relies upon a perceived low sensitivity. So if that low sensitivity is incorrect, we know that their site selection, with regard to the Firth of Clyde assessment at least, is fundamentally flawed. And my hearing statement provides reasons why that is the case. I'm not going to go into that now. But secondly, it's important because sensitivity is a material factor in understanding the significance of effects. And just very briefly for the members of the public, sensitivity is an aspect of seascape or landscape value and susceptibility to change. And susceptibility to change means the ability of an area to accommodate change without adverse effects upon it. So if, therefore, the appellant's sensitivity rating that underpins their significance of effects is underrated, it therefore follows that their assessment effects are also fundamentally flawed. So that's why it is such an important consideration. Now, to give you a chronology, sir, of the appellant's material shift, and by the way, it's not just one, there now are two, I'd like to give you a very quick overview of the appellant's position in relation to seascape sensitivity. So initially, within Miss Horner's impact assessment, she identified a medium seascape sensitivity for the Collesson to Shepherd's Point seascape character area. From now on, I'm simply going to call that the seascape area, sir. But quite interestingly, and we'll come on to this later, but for a point of reference, sir, in paragraph 3.7 of my hearing statement, it is also apparent that within Miss Horner's assessment, she appears to allude to the fact that the sensitivity within the national park, as part of that seascape character area, is actually high. But for the time being, let's just park that. The point is the seascape and landscape and visual impact assessment identifies a medium sensitivity. Now, before the application was determined by the National Park Board, the findings of that impact assessment were peer-reviewed by Mr. Flannery. And at the time of determination, Mr. Flannery agreed with that medium seascape sensitivity assessment. Now, the first material shift, sir, comes in with the statement of appeal that was submitted last February. And the very first reason in relation to landscape, seascape and visual matters, the appellant's grounds for appeal clearly states, and my hearing statement provides details of this, that their site selection is actually based on a low sensitivity. So let's just think about that for 1 second. We have a conflict in opinion between not one, but two chartered members of the Landscape Institute and the appellant's statement of appeal. Now, I don't know where that conflict arises from. All I can assume, sir, is that their statement of appeal was not subject to the input of their landscape architects, or their lawyers saw a very good reason to divert away from the medium sensitivity that was identified.
So can I just say that if the evidence carries on in this contentious vein, I'm going to be applying to cross-examine this witness. It's a hearing session for your benefit, but I have concerns about the language and the change of language in his this witness's hearing statement from that which he produced to the part. But this is, with respect, unprofessional in the approach that's been given.
Sorry.
Well, if I can respond to that, sir, I can well see that it's damaging to the appellant's case, sir, but I don't find anything that Mr. Harman is saying to be controversial in the sense and the way he's expressing it. He's giving his view. You've asked him about the inconsistencies. He's unwrapping that for you, sir.
Well, he went a bit further because he was speculating on the motion for the motive for that change. So I'm interested in what the change might be.
Let's apologise for that then, sir, and we'll just move on to what the conflict actually is, sir.
For Mr. Key's apology and Mr. Harman's acknowledgement, and I'm very happy if he carries on pointing out, but damaging or otherwise, what his case is.
Yes, I'll reiterate Mr. McKee's apology. But the point is that we have a conflict of opinion, sir, in the appellant's statements of case to that of two chartered landscape architects. But the confusion does not stop there. Now, bearing in mind Mr. Flannery has peer-reviewed the sensitivity, I'd just like you to briefly take you to Mr. Flannery's hearing statement in section 3.11.
Sorry, that was
3.11, sir. And as you can see, that states, as noted, the impact assessment was previously peer-reviewed by himself, and the judgments regarding sensitivity and the magnitude and level of effect were tested and found to be robust with the support of the addendum. Now, bearing in mind that Mr. Flannery has peer-reviewed the sensitivity, within his hearing statement, he feels it necessary to provide a further review, and we'll come to this in a minute, of the impact assessment findings. So just to be clear, Mr. Flannery, by means of his hearing statement, is peer-reviewing his own peer review. So one would hope, sir, he arrives at the same conclusions, i.e. he agrees with the medium sensitivity of the seascape area. So if we could now turn to page 34 of Mr. Flannery's hearing statement. And here, I'll let you just find that, but I'll just give you a bit of context. This table sets out an overview of the SLA findings and Mr. Flannery's further review of those findings. Are we all on page 34? And in particular, we're looking at the column with Loch Long Seascape Character Area, Shepherd's Point to Collias and CCA. Okay, so the second column summarises the impact assessment findings that Mr. Flannery, via his peer review, agrees with. And that clearly states that the seascape area has a high value. We all agree on that matter. In regards to susceptibility, he identifies a low susceptibility. And bearing in mind value plus susceptibility equals sensitivity, the impact assessment identifies a medium sensitivity. And that just confers the situation that I've spoken about up to date. But then we move on to the fifth column. Now the fifth column in this table, as I say, is Mr. Flannery's review of his own peer review. And as I say, one would hope he comes to the same judgments. But as you can see there, sir, he does not agree with his own peer review, because he says he agrees with the findings except for the judgment on low susceptibility. Now he considers it to be of medium susceptibility. And as you can see there, sir, this leads to a medium sensitivity as reported. Now, does it? We already know that Mr. Flannery fully agrees with, because he's peer-reviewed, the methodology that underpins the seascape and landscape and visual impact assessment.
So, Mr. Harman is embroidering far more than is necessary, and if I will seek to cross-examine him if he carries on in this vein. It's unfair to Mr. Flannery because he's not going to have the ability to have Mr. Harman's opinions questioned.
Sir, I will come straight to the point. If we could now turn to the appellant's methodology that Mr. Flannery has reviewed and endorses. I don't have the document number there, but this is the impact assessment methodology, and we also have the methodology in the addendum. In particular, we need to turn to page 6, sir.
Just the SLVI addendum, page 6.
That's correct. That's the methodology section, sir, the methodology. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was that reference, Mr. Findlay?
CD 1.2.
Not on my list.
Sorry, APP.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I've got it as CD 1.23 and at 1.24. Is that right? So the EI report addendum CLVI writ text.
Yeah.
It's the methodology.
Oh, that's correct.
Sorry.
In the addendum, correct, yes. Have you got that, sir?
Yeah, okay, so it's CD 125,
Yes,
isn't
it's
it?
the methodology. So there we go, yes, that's correct.
So I've got that, yeah.
Okay,
thanks.
are we all there? Shall I proceed? Okay. So if we go to page 6 and look at table A14, and this is the matrix that underpins the appellant's approach to identifying the sensitivity of landscape and indeed seascape sensitivity. Now we know that Mr. Flannery agrees that the value of the receptor is high. We now know that Mr. Flannery, in his evidence hearing statement, identifies that rather than it having a low sensitivity, it's actually of medium sensitivity. And when we combine those two, sir, you can clearly see for yourself that seascape sensitivity, if the appellant's methodology is correctly applied, is actually high. So just to recap very quickly, sir, Mr. Flannery, in his hearing statement, agrees with the low sensitivity rating of the Firth of Clyde study.
Well, let's not go back over that whole timeline. Can you just go back over what this table's telling me again, just so as I'm making sure?
So this table is used to identify the sensitivity rating. Now, all of us, between us, agree that as a nationally important designation, the value of the receptor is high.
Okay, so third column value, third column value is high, yeah?
That's correct. And Mr. Flannery now indicates or states that the susceptibility to change is medium. So when we combine the high value with the medium susceptibility, you can clearly see, sir, that the sensitivity value is high.
I don't understand that from that table, but that's probably my fault rather than yours. So value of receptor, we go to the third column, high, yeah, and then the next notion is susceptibility.
Yes,
that's medium.
Mm-hmm. So in the grey box, sir, at the top, if we work down from the value of receptor, we've got the international straight national. We then follow that column down.
Right, okay.
And then then come in on the medium susceptibility, and you can see that the medium and high equals high.
So where the column and the row intersect, it's high, yeah.
That is your sensitivity rating, sir. That's correct. So just to recap very quickly, Mr. Flannery, in his hearing statement, agrees with the low sensitivity rating of the Firth of Clyde study, and we'll come on to that later. He also agrees with the medium rating within the impact assessment, but he now disagrees with his own peer review. And because he has misapplied this methodology that we can see in front of us, it is clear to me at least, sir, the correct rating to apply is actually high. And in sections 7.1 and 2 of my hearing statement, I provide you, sir, with a robust assessment as to why the sensitivity of the seascape area is indeed high.
Right, okay. I understand the point. And I'd put this, I think, later on the agenda. My main interest is what the parties, what the experts' views are on this matter, less so how they might have got there. However, bear in mind, I think I want to come back just to clarify what your view is. If you have any comments on Mr. Harmon's, what I've just heard.
Well, I can comment in terms of, Mr. Harmon will be well aware of this, that we were told basically in Glivius 3 to move away from tables and to use narrative. So Mr. Harmon is applying this absolutely to the line that it must be this. What I've done is I've actually looked at the original document, which the Clyde the assessment, the Clyde assessment, which there is a disagreement in terms of the relevance of that, because it does say a low sensitivity to offshore development, but it also has a high sensitivity to onshore development. And Mr. Harden suggested that it's more like susceptibility, which I disagree with, because I think we can remember when, before Glivia 3, and again this is getting into a lot of detail, but before Glivia 3 we looked at the sensitivity of the landscape, and it was primarily based on value. And Glivia 3 introduced susceptibility, and we all scratched our heads a bit and thought, okay, we have to apply this. So we now apply susceptibility and value, and it's become more transparent. But I believe at the time that guidance was written, the authors were well aware that there was a national park in existence, and yet they still deemed that to be low sensitivity. So what I did, I decided that I would look at this low sensitivity or low susceptibility, if we want to apply that it's more appropriate to say it's low susceptibility, and a high and susceptibility for the onshore, and then overall for the coastal landscape character area, I deemed it to be a medium sensitivity, and that's why I've reported in my assessment in this report that it's a medium sensitivity. And I don't think it's unreasonable, really, when I peer reviewed it, the document still does seem a sound document. What I've done here is I've actually looked at this more closely and re-examined it, and I don't think that's unreasonable in this situation. And I felt that there is a moderation here to make it medium. It doesn't change the levels of effect. I think it's the right approach to take under the circumstances, and that's the judgment that I've made.
Can I just qualify one thing? Is that?
Yeah. Well, had you finished, Mr. Harmon? There. Sorry. Yeah. Just
to be clear, what we're talking about. This is the Shepherd's Point to Coalescent, and the low sensitivity is in relation to offshore development, including fish farms. Well, surely this is a completely new technology. It is not, when the people wrote the guidelines, this is not the type of thing that they had in mind. I just want to make that point.
I was going to come on to ask people about that later.
So I think that's probably why it was deemed of low sensitivity, whereas this is well, as we've discussed, it's a completely different technology which no one really knew about.
Okay.
Yes. Just ask one question of clarification. Mr. Harmon, at the start of his statement, mentioned a paragraph in the statement of appeal. I just want to make sure I'd recorded that correctly. I think it's 433. or if there was another paragraph that he mentioned a reference to low sensitivity in the statement of appeal. I just wanted to make sure that I'd understood correctly which paragraph he'd taken that from. But 433 definitely is a paragraph in the appeal which does reference low sensitivity.
Sorry, could you just clarify your questions?
I think Mr. Harman purported to identify the first major change of or shift in emphasis order by reference to our statement of appeal. And it was the paragraph from the statement of appeal, or paragraphs, that I wished to identify so that we could properly understand the point that he was making. And I believed it was 433, but I'm not sure whether I've got that wrong or not.
Yes, that's correct. It's 4.33 in your statement of appeal that I was referring to.
I'm grateful. So just ask you to note at this stage that 433 is simply recording what's in the Clyde, Firth of Clyde study. But that's no doubt a matter that Mr. Mackay and I can return to in evidence in our closing submissions. But that's what 433 is doing.
That is not my interpretation of your statement. It says the location of the proposal is in accordance with the seascape guidance that is informed by this sensitivity rating. You are simply not repeating the low sensitivity. You make the case that the siting and design of your proposal, or the location, is actually in accordance. So you are agreeing with that low sensitivity rating in informing your site selection. There's a fundamental difference there, sir.
If we're going there, what's the document number for the statement of appeal? I'm sorry, I should know it.
Can I just check that?
Page 21.
Right, and it's CD 134 as well. Sorry, what page number was that? I'm sorry, Mr. McKee.
21 on my document, sir.
Okay, I'll let me read that and then I'll maybe come back. So, Mr. Harman, it says the last two sentences, this area is described, i.e. in the assessment document, as low sensitivity to offshore development, including fish farms, due to factors such as, etc. Therefore, the location of the proposed development is in accordance with this seascape guidance, though being located in an area of low sensitivity coastline. So is that where you perceive a jump from just narrating what's in the document to reaching a conclusion based on it? Is that the issue for you there?
Absolutely, sir. Bearing in mind that the landscape architects identified a medium seascape sensitivity in the first instance, notwithstanding Mr. Flannery's recent addition of it being of high sensitivity. So they are clearly stating in that final sentence, therefore, the location of the proposed developments is in accordance with the seascape guidance through being located in an area of low sensitivity. So the point being, sir, if you find through the evidence that we submit that that low sensitivity is incorrect, we all know that because Mr Flannery agrees with that through his most recent hearings. If that low sensitivity rating is incorrect, then their site selection is fundamentally flawed.
Isn't that second paragraph, though, still relating that, therefore, to what's stated in that document, rather than bringing the point wider as to what an assessment now of the sensitivity might be?
Can I also add that this is referring to the offshore development? Mr Flannery's recent answer was to take a combination of both offshore and onshore, on which he reached medium sensitivity. This is simply good test, perhaps, of Mr Harman's approach, but simply say dealing with the offshore development alone, point that Mr Harman hasn't identified, and is saying that the location accords with that guidance in terms of offshore development. It's not a lawyer's point, it's a matter of mere logic.
So therefore, sir, if their site selection in terms of the marine components has been informed by that low sensitivity rating, to which I do not agree with, it does not state that that in terms of the built development, the land development, is actually of high sensitivity. That has not been referred to in their site selection. That has been ignored.
That paragraph is not dealing with the shore-based assessment, and it's a very good indication of Mr Harman reading far too much into two very uncontentious sentences.
I think that is my point, sir, that the appellant has not taken into account the sensitivity of the land-based development in their site selection. That is exactly my point.
Well, so again, Mr Harman speaks before he looks. If you look at the very next paragraph, it says the seascape assessment notes that the coastal character area is highly sensitive to other extensive coastal infrastructure. So it does cover both. And anyway, this is not the document that deals with the citing and the decision to cite where it is. But in our submission, certainly the first of Mr Harman's points is wholly without substance.
Yes, Mr McLean, of course.
As a layman, I would have thought the shore base cannot exist without the sea base, and the sea base cannot exist without the shore base. So aren't they one and the same? And shouldn't the worst consideration in terms of sensitivity govern?
I think the answer to that is that it isn't necessarily so, because some, as I think evidence was given yesterday, some fish farms can be serviced at a distance. There will be a shore base, but whether there's a new shore base or not is another matter. But the author of the document has dealt with both, and she's looked at the offshore element. So the document says what the document says, but if you wish to criticise it, no doubt you can do.
I'm just thinking that one is linked to the other by this umbilical, which has to be in existence, and maybe I'm just getting confused, but I would have thought it is one and the same.
Well, perhaps I can help Mr McLean to this extent. Mr Flannery accepts that, which is why he's reached an overall view of medium sensitivity, one being high, one being low. Now, lady to your left will no doubt disagree with that, but he has taken that point into account.
Okay, we'll probably come back to some of these issues in the next points on the agenda, and I'll find it more helpful to think about what people's views are rather than choreography of reaching them. But I just want to ask before we move away from 5, I did put this. Mr. Flannery provided screened ZTVs as new documents, which that's fine. I found them useful information. I don't have any particular questions on them, but I wanted to give other parties the chance to comment on them if they wish to. They needn't do, but it was just wanted to give you that opportunity, Mr. Harman.
Thank you, sir. I will be very quick. My first question to the appellant is, could you confirm the dates to which your baseline information relates to, i.e., when does your woodland data, when was that recorded? Sure. The reason I ask that question, sir, is that after visiting the site, and this is one of the occasions you will have to zoom in on your screen ZTV, I went up to the site to look at the impacts from the Cow Way, and based upon this updated screen ZTV, it was apparent from that map that there are very small sections. It's difficult to be exactly sure with the extent without having the GIS, but it was my approximation from this screen ZTV that there would be roughly 100 metres, possibly a little bit more, maybe 150 metres, that fall within this screen ZTV. However, after visiting the site, the Cow Way adjoins the area of recently failed forestry. So I am not convinced that this model provides us with an up-to-date answer. That's the reason why I asked Mr. Flannery when was that woodland data recorded, because I don't believe it provides us with an accurate description. Now, it was my assessment, sir, from on site, and if you do get the opportunity to go up there yourself, I recommend that. I estimate there's approximately 300 metres of very open visibility in very close proximity to the site of both the land and the marine components of the development. There's then a very short section of recently planted spruce where those views fall out. But then there's roughly another 200 metres where you get views of just the marine elements. Now, the reason why this is relevant, sir, is that, needless to say, we would get significant effects from here being in such close proximity. We don't have a viewpoint from there, but the point is, sir, is that I don't believe this screen ZTV to be up to date in relation to the in relation to informing the likely significant effects. Just 2 other very quick points. If you look at viewpoint 2 on that screen ZTV, which is Beinn and Reithe, I think, I assume that's been excluded. We don't have ZTV on there because the cut-off is actually the outer 7-kilometre study area. So it's just to point out so that from viewpoint 2, although we don't anticipate the effects to be significant, I think there should be visibility from that point. But lastly, sir, the more important point, this ZTV model assumes that woodland provides total screening. Now, particularly in relation to those receptors in close proximity to the site, which in this instance relates to the 8814 and the 3 Lochs Way, you will note, sir, that vegetation is often very thin and falls away quite steeply, particularly along the 3 Lochs Way. So the point being is, sir, is that, as I say, this assumes that the woodland would provide total screening, when in practice you would get views through that often very thin vegetation, particularly during winter months. So this is not an absolute tool, and as Mr. Flannery will know, this is a tool for our assessment, but it shouldn't be read as absolute. Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask you to come on. Yeah, just for context, when I visited the site around the time of the pre-examination meeting, I walked along the bottom track, then up the hill and back, which I think must have been back along the core path. From memory, there had been recent felling, and you could look down the hill towards the site. I'll do that again with this. Just that would be useful. And if there's a clarification as to baseline data, then that would be helpful.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, it's the same with the bare earth. It's a tool, and I think. I mean, my observation actually from producing it, and it's in my hearing statement, is there wasn't a great deal of difference. And I think what that told me was that the actual screening of the development and the relatively small extent of visibility is due to topography, and obviously less so forestry, although the forestry does provide that screening. But as we're aware, that forestry is subject to clearing, and so it's a bit of a moving target anyway. But I think it was just to show, in fact, and it does demonstrate that the forestry doesn't have as much influence on that visibility as one might think. And on other sites, there's a clear difference, and we like to show that. Whereas some projects, the bare earth ZTV is endless, and then you introduce the woodland and forestry, and there's quite a different picture.
Okay. I mean, we were going to. Well, actually, no. Let's just leave it till we come on to each of the viewpoints. We can come back to what the effects might be from there. Mr. Finlay, were you?
Yeah, I was only going to suggest so that you may do it anyway, but just to pick up on Mr. Flannery's last point, if you're going to rewalk that route, do walk it with the bare earth ZTV as well, so that you can see the extent to which forestry may or may not make a difference.
Okay. I wonder whether it's best breaking for lunch now. Item 6. We've started to discuss that, but I wonder whether it's possibly time for a break now, and we can come back. Is 45 minutes enough for everyone? I can be kinder if people want, but I was going to suggest 1:15. What? Is that okay? It might mean you get an earlier finish, if I can put it that way. Okay, let's come back at 1:15. Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's make a start again if we can. I was going to move on to item 6, but I think Mr. Findlay's got a couple of update points he wants to deliver.
Yes, so just should have made it, and our apologies for not looking at an item 4, but the photo montages and wirelines, just for the avoidance of doubt, show the original proposal for the height of the feed silos and the oxygen, so that they show the feed silos at 10 metres and the oxygen tanks at 15, even though they've been reduced to 8 and 11.5, and I see Mr. Harman helpfully acknowledging that. So not suggesting that's going to make a material difference to what you can see because of the height reduction. In fact, it won't probably make any difference, but it will make a difference as to the impacts, just something you need to be aware of when reviewing them. Allied to that, on our consideration, I don't think there's a condition limiting the size, and I don't think there'll be any dispute as to the need for such a condition. There certainly isn't from our side, but that might be something you need to bear in mind if you'll recommend. Well, as you will have to do, recommend a suite of conditions, whether you're recommending approval or refusal. And just to say that the reduction in scale was due to a recalculation of the amount of days storage that was needed. So, for instance, on oxygen, the amount of oxygen you need to store on site, if, for instance, there was a road closure before you could get it in by sea and the like. That's the first point. The second point that relates to height, and with apologies to the gentleman, I've forgotten his name, but the height of the hall is indeed 8 or thereabouts metres, and that comes from the hall's own website. Check that. The ZTVs we will have no answer as yet as to the point that Mr. Harman raised about the comparative ZTVs, but we will seek to make that available. And just to, as a matter of information, I think there was a suggestion there were no visualisations within 2 kilometres. There is viewpoint 5 and viewpoint 9, and whilst the votive montages for them don't help, the wire lines do provide a complete indication, one at 161 metres AOD and the other one at 2 metres AOD, and very close. It's about 300 thereabouts yards away.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Finn. Yeah, sure.
That's acknowledged and understood, sir. I note the point about including height limitations in the...
My apologies.
I note the point about including height limitations in the suite of conditions that can be picked up. Just picking up from the section on lighting, I think there would also need to be a condition regarding a lighting scheme to be submitted for approval as well. We'll return to that later, sir, just while it's fresh in my mind.
Again, can I suggest, I think that may be a condition already, but if it's not, that's certainly something we can discuss outside the inquiry to avoid having to perhaps just have a session to deal with that one point.
Okay, I can't remember whether it is a condition, a proposed condition or not. Okay, so thanks for that. Let's move on to number 6 then, which is seascape landscape assessment of the Firth of Clyde, and allied with that seascape effects. We've already covered part of this before lunch, and I've read everyone's evidence. So the first thing though was about the extent to which the value of the site being within the national park informs that sensitivity assessment in the Firth of Clyde seascape landscape assessment. So it does the document refers to the national park when dealing with the Loch Long seascape character areas. It looks to me like no more than a factual statement, and I don't read any explicit factoring in of the presence of the park in the sensitivity assessments. It's not, I don't think, stated in the methodology, and if it had been taken into account, I'd expected that to have been stated, especially since some of the seascape areas within the park had been given the lowest sensitivity. So, I mean, I don't make a wider point than that. It's just my reading of that document is that the presence of the national park is acknowledged, but it takes it no further than that. I don't know if you've got any comments on that, Mr. Flannery.
I would make a similar observation. You know, I think really what I was picking up in my evidence was that the fact it was mentioned, certainly. But I'm still of the opinion that at that time, if I was asked to consider the sensitivity of a landscape character area or seascape character area, it would be very remiss if I didn't take into account the fact that there is a national park adjacent to in the actual location. You know, that would be one of the key aspects of that report. And I made the point in my hearing statement that the national park authorities were part of the body that would have worked alongside the production of the report, I would say, or signed it up or whatever, but would have contributed. So it just surprised me that I think I made the point before that it at that time it wasn't as transparent, and the recent Bolivia 3 has made that process more transparent and has introduced susceptibility. And I think it was because there was too much emphasis given on value only and not taking into account the susceptibility of a landscape or a visual receptor to a particular development. And I think it was to avoid that sort of inherent sensitivity aspect. So that's basically all I would say on the matter. You know, it's, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't know whether there's any need to come back, Mr. Hammond. Sorry, and you go.
Just very quickly, sir. First of all, your understanding of the document referring to the national park is certainly my understanding, but I am absolutely certain that the value of the national park has not been considered in the assessment of sensitivity. Now, I provide very good reasons in section 2, paragraphs 2.2 to 2.16 in my hearing statement, why that assessment is out of date and does not conform to guidance. And just to give you certainty, sir, it's actually 2.3.1. That should be 2. I think the reference is slightly incorrect there, but 2.3.1 states that as part of a landscape, so this is stated from the landscape sensitivity guidance in 2013, and this says the publication of the guidelines for landscape and visual impacts assessment in 2013 introduced a new definition of sensitivity. And rather than just assessing susceptibility, that also incorporates an assessment of landscape value. And Nature Scots state in their guidance, in the past, many so-called capacity or sensitivity studies actually dealt with susceptibility rather than sensitivity. So most older studies should be considered as susceptibility assessments if value was not included. And indeed, when you look at the criteria within that sensitivity assessment, which predates that guidance, it's very evident to me, sir, that landscape value has not been considered. And it's also of note that within the production of that sensitivity assessment, it goes on to say that this was a challenging brief to incorporate all of the potential development activities. So this is 2.10, sir, in my hearing statement. It says it was a challenging brief and it would have been impossible in terms of time and budget to carry out comprehensive and detailed sensitivity assessments. So as a result, the study outlines the sensitivity. So the point being, sir, is that it only considered susceptibility and it is not a detailed and robust sensitivity assessment in which to base one's siting and design of the proposals. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, I think I've said where I am with that. I think I'm happy to move on. The point I make is, or question is just about the document itself. So just moving on then to the assessment of seascape effects, and I think it. Just check. Yeah, so I was interested in this notion of what's the relevant receptor. Is it the wider Loch Long seascape character area, or is it the Shepherd's Point to Coalescent coastal character area? Now, today, both Mr. Flannery and Mr. Harman, you've both tended to concentrate on the latter as the receptor. Is that what I should be thinking about, or is it both, or something else?
Well, yeah, I think you're correct, sir. So we both referred to the Coalescent to Shepherd's Point seascape character area as the local seascape character area. But it is also important to consider that within that seascape character area, we do have a slight difference in landscape value. So the areas outside of the park are subject to the APQ designation under Argyll and Bute, and that is not a nationally important designation like the national park. So the point is, sir, that although we are both assessing impacts on the seascape character area, it is also important to recognise that particularly in relation to the national park's concerns on impact, we have a higher sensitivity within that seascape character area, which is essentially 14 kilometres long.
Okay, I was going to come on to the question of sensitivity. Sorry, Mr. Moody, did you have a question?
Yeah, just to make a brief point. I actually live on the Loch Goil side. It seems to me that experientially, moving from south to north up Loch Long, that there's a marked change in the experience on both sides, because I think both Loch Goil and Upper Loch Long are gateways to the national park, because there's then a kind of narrowing approaching both lochs. They're not straight. They do weave back and forth a little bit. But I think that beyond the point of the peninsula, it moves into a different experience of the landscape. And I would suggest, in terms of receptors, that is the more relevant point to start from the southern point of the peninsula, going north, up Upper Loch Long.
And is that right up to Arica or right up to the head of the loch?
Well, I would say chiefly up to Ardgarten before you get into the much more kind of sort of built-up area of Arica. You see, we've referred to this before, but there's an old cottage, the Mark Bothy, which is actually opposite the Finnert oil terminal. That's just about a mile up from the point. And then the proposed site is 3 miles beyond that. So it's kind of midway between Ardgarten and the Mark Cottage Bothy. And there is no other, on that west shore, there is no other built structure at all. And even beyond Coilescent, actually, there are only about a dozen properties, and most of them are not actually visible from the shore. They're in a bit, along the road. So it's really very much an unbuilt shoreline, particularly that western shore of Upper Loch Long. But equally on the other side, there's not much either that is obvious to the eye, in my experience.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Flannery, I was asked that point about notwithstanding Mr. Moody's point that he's identified a different area, but in terms of that guidance and methodology, I was asking, is it the wider Loch Long seascape character area, or is it the Shepherd's Point to Coilescent that's the main?
I would concur that really it is the coastal character area that we've referred to, but it just does say that the SLPIA does actually include an assessment of the Loch Long larger area, but it equates to sort of landscape character areas and landscape character types. So I think we will leave it at that. We're in agreement, really. Yeah.
Okay, and the next question, and I apologise for the typo when I've said effect rather than affect, but the next question was about the correct sensitivity to apply to that receptor, and I'd asked, I think we've moved on a little bit from the discussions, but I'd asked how should the location of the receptor within the national park affect the sensitivity of the receptor, but I just want to maybe try and simple this, just kind of clarify this for me. So for you, Mr. Flannery, if I understand where we went earlier on, is that in terms of sensitivity, you would say it's medium because that's taking account of the different ratings for onshore and offshore from the seascape assessment, and you're not going beyond that to take any explicit account of the presence of the national park. Have I got that right?
I'm taking the location of the national park into account, and I've made that judgment that in terms of taking susceptibility of this development into account, I think it's reasonable to say that medium would be a reasonable judgment to make on that sensitivity. And taking on board Mr. Harmon's point, with the suggestion of evidence from S&H, there's no mention of value, then the susceptibility approach does seem appropriate and wouldn't actually change what my judgment if we were applying susceptibility ratings. I think that's medium is correct from my point of view. Okay,
and for you, Mr. Harmon, it's if I understand it right, it's high because it's of medium-high susceptibility, and it's high value because it's in the national park. Is that essentially what you're saying?
That's correct, sir. And within my hearing statement, I would refer you to paragraph 7.1 and 7.2 for my justification. And one further point, it's important to recognise that the seascape character area further north, which is only 1 kilometre away, actually identifies a high sensitivity to marine aquaculture. So there, we've got that indication there that the further north you go, it certainly does become more sensitive, and that is recognised in the 2013 study, even though it does not factor landscape value or take it into account. And finally, just one further point, if I may, it's important to recognise that when we talk about seascape, SNH define that as 3 components. We have the marine area, so the water itself, we have the coastal edge, and also the immediate coastal terrestrial hinterland. So the point being is that landscape character forms part of seascape character as well. So there's that intrinsic relationship between the water and the land within the seascape character assessment.
Okay, I mean, I don't need to go to it, but have I got that document that you referred to, that you quoted from SNH?
So that is actually not a core document, sir, but it's freely available on the internet. And if what I could do, sir, is quote, it's a very similar definition within the guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment, which we have, but this actually takes a broader approach in that rather than assessing the immediate hinterland, this states views from the land, so it takes a broader definition of the landscape than what it does in Scotland, if that makes sense. But broadly speaking, it encompasses those 3 elements in both Scotland and the rest of the UK.
Okay, I mean, if Mr Flannery's not taking issue with that, then fine.
Sorry, I'd just like to clarify where I make the point in my hearing statement at 4.26. And notwithstanding the above, the addendum assesses the Loch Long seascape character area as having a medium sensitivity to development, reflecting the value attributed to the national park. And just if we're going to quoting from Olivia 3, I've got one to add to that. It's 5.46 for your information.
Can I just rewind a little bit? Sorry, you were reading out from your own hearing, of your hearing statement.
Of my hearing statement, yeah.
Right. Right. Okay. And sorry. Then you were going to.
I'll just say from Olivia 3, 5.46, and I'd just like to read that out. There can be a complex relationship between the value attached to landscape receptors and their susceptibility to change, which are especially important when considering change within or close to designated landscapes. For example, the first bullet point says, an internationally, nationally or locally valued landscape does not automatically or by definition have high susceptibility to all types of changes. And I think this is where we feel it's applicable for this development.
Okay, I was going to ask Mr Harman a point, that medium-high susceptibility, and you referred there a moment ago to 7.1 of your hearing statement, and I think there's a table there, isn't there? So apologies if it's set out elsewhere and I missed it, but where do you derive that medium-high susceptibility? It doesn't come from the seascape, the landscape and seascape assessment. Is that your own professional view on it? Sorry.
Yeah, that's correct, sir. Because the Firth of Clyde study states it was a very brief or a brief appraisal of essentially susceptibility, I thought it pertinent to provide a more detailed analysis against a greater range of criteria as part of my susceptibility assessment. And just one point for me to point out is that in regards of the shape of the coastline, I did identify that as having a lower susceptibility. So in relation to the applicant's or the appellant's citing and design, that it relates well to the simple landform, I've considered that within my susceptibility assessment. But as you can see, apart from the perception of change, which is medium to take into account the ongoing forestry operations, all of the other factors of susceptibility are indeed high. So that once I come to a judgment on all of those assessments in the fourth column, that is what underpins my medium to high assessment of susceptibility.
Okay, understand. Right, I had another element to that item in the agenda, which was what's the relevance of the assessment of sensitivity to other built development, including roads and coastal infrastructure, in the seascape and landscape assessment of the Firth of Clyde for the appeal development. I don't know, we may have covered that already, or is there more to be said, do you think?
Sorry, talking without pressing it. So the relevance of this assessment to other built developments. So we've considered the high sensitivity, and I've made this point, to land-based components in arrive at a judgment of medium sensitivity of the coastal character area when combined with low sensitivity to the fish farms. The high sensitivity attributed in the LS, in the Firth of Clyde assessment to this area, described as opportunities to build extensive coastal infrastructure are severely limited by the steepness of the hillside, in brackets, developments on steep slopes resulting in exposed rock faces, close brackets, which would be very visible from the sea and reduce the sense of seclusion. Extending vehicular roads along this coastline would also reduce the sense of distance and complexity which characterises this loch system, and at times makes orientation difficult. And that's a quote from that. However, the susceptibility, in my opinion, to the proposed development is lower due to the following aspects of the development. The land-based components are not extensive. The land-based components are located on naturally sloping area of the coastline. There is no need, therefore, for extensive earthworks with the possibility of exposing any rock faces. This is not a new public road which has been created. The majority of the work is widening of an existing forestry track, and the track is some distance from the shoreline with forestry and woodland in between. Therefore, the wider visibility of the works will be very limited. The new section of track which is required to access the site will result in earthworks. However, this can be screened eventually by planting. It's not a long-term effect. And one only has to look along both sides of the shoreline to see that vegetation does establish readily at the water's edge. That's all I have to say about the matter.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's more about the effects rather than how that assessment's informed it, but it's fine. I think we have covered that to a certain extent earlier today. Mr. Harman, did you want to come in on any of that? Right, that's probably I wanted. Sorry, I was going to say, Ms. McLean, please carry on.
I don't know if we're going to deal with it somewhere else, but the way in which the road is treated, and I know it's an existing road that turns into forestry track and everything, but perhaps we'll deal with this under landscape effects. But I think that's one of the. I feel that effect is going to what's going to happen there is going to significantly change the experience of that road, which is actually, predominantly for pedestrians. It hasn't got a lot of vehicle access. And again, I suppose, draw your attention to the high sensitivity that is in the Shepherd's Point to Coalescent area that I just don't feel has been fully considered in the landscape and visual impact assessment. It's something that we've talked about as locals, and because we, somewhere we go walking and things like that, and it just doesn't feel that it's been properly considered, the impact on that road. And obviously the zigzag scar, which is, yes, the vegetation will come, but initially there is going to be a dramatic scar on the landscape due to the severe slope down to the water's edge.
Okay, thank you. The scar on the landscape, I've already got your view on the effects of that. I think, I suppose there's a wider point about area.
Yeah, it's just the road and what's going to happen to that road. And you're going to have, it's going to be heavily trafficked, big lorries going in and out. And, it's one of, again, it's on the patrol of the national park. They go down there to check the campsite down there. It's a place where people go and camp. The loch sides are very steep. There isn't an awful lot of space to access the loch, which means that narrow strip becomes quite intensively used. It's got a really nice character, and I talk about that in our statement, so you can refer to that there. But it seems, and also it brings up the point which I asked yesterday, which was about, why I'm not completely clear on, whether this thing could be accessed by boat or not. You actually said, Mr. Schott said that he could access, if they could, they'd access it by water. But this morning you said you didn't want to access by water. So I'm not completely sure. And it does really worry me what will happen to that road and how it will stop being a nice place for people to go for a walk. It's somewhere you can go when it's not raining. People, push chairs, people who are not sort of particularly able can walk along there. It's a valuable asset to local people and to people visiting the national park.
I'm slightly wary of getting into that because it's not really about landscape and visual effects. It's more about effects on recreation.
No, it's about the experience of the landscape. It's about tranquility. It's about landscape. Landscape character is made up of lots of different characteristics, and it's not just what it looks like. That's why you've got this very distinct difference between landscape and visual effects.
Just to add one point to that, sir, the appreciation of special landscape qualities is a material consideration, so their enjoyment of scenic beauty is very much a policy consideration, sir.
We move on to landscape. Sorry.
This is related to landscape, so.
Well, I was going to move on to that. That's the next item on the agenda. So,
okay.
Can I start with my questions and then come back if yours is a different point?
Okay.
Of course.
It was just coming back to your first question and your understanding. So, just ask you to note at this stage, and I'll return to it in closing submissions. But in the S&H siting design of aquaculture and the landscape. So that's, I think, both CD and AP 4.4. At paragraph 2.7, there's a section on designated areas, including and the extent to which they're valued, and including the most important designations being NSAs, national parks, and local landscape designations. And that was in a document authored by Alison Grant, and one can make submissions on that in due course, but it clearly suggests in our submission that they should be taken into account when assessing impact. The Clyde study was carried out not only under a contract managed by S&H, but by the same author. And one of the draft methodology, which can be found in the Appendix 1 at paragraph D, says that it should be carried out in accordance with the landscape character assessment guidance and guidance on landscape and seascape capacity for agriculture. So it will be my submission in due course that it would be dangerous to take the view that they hadn't done that and hadn't taken into account valued landscapes, because that's what their own guidance told them to do. And one can see, even in the short section extract that we have, where there is a valued landscape, whether it be the park or an area of panoramic quality, that is pointed out.
Sorry, what was that last point, Mr. Finlay? Sorry.
In the seascape assessment, you've only got the extract, quite rightly so, for Loch Long, effectively. But there are bits where there is a valued characteristic, whether it be the national park or an area of panoramic quality in Argyll or Bute, that's pointed out. If there's no such area, it's not pointed out. And it certainly will be my submission that read fairly is more than just a factual statement, given the requirement to carry out a brief in accordance with the siting and design document.
Okay, well, I'll hear about that in due course. I'll read about it. Okay, so if we move on to landscape effects. I trailed at least one question. I think what I'd put in the agenda, what's the extent of significant landscape effects that would be felt, I guess, within the steep ridges and hills landscape character area? And how does that affect an assessment of the effects and the character of that LCT as a whole? So I suppose it's probably a question for you first, Mr. Harman. And I mean, when I say extent, I mean the geographical extent. How far the significant effects extend, and what does that mean for the assessment as a whole?
Thank you, sir. So if I could draw your attention to my hearing statement, paragraph 6.1, please. That's in front of you, good. So the table there in front of you sets out my approach to assessing landscape or indeed seascape effects. And that takes into account how obvious or noticeable the proposals are within the landscape and how many key characteristics and the degree to which those key characteristics are affected. Now, in addition to that, I also take into account the extent to arrive at my overall assessment. And then if we then jump forward to 6.3, I clearly state, although only a relatively small part of this LCT is within the ZTV or theoretical visibility, so in answer to your question specifically, only a small part is affected. But then subsequently, I then set out 4 of the key characteristics of that landscape character type as defined by SNH, which I believe would be compromised in the locality. And you can see those bullet points there, sir. And then if we are to compare those 4 bullet points to the baseline assessment, so if you were to refer to paragraph 4.8 in my hearing statement, that identifies all of the key characteristics of that landscape character type. So here I've identified that 4 of the 8 key characteristics would be compromised within the locality, and that effectively, sir, is the area which combines with the seascape. Although it is a little bit broader, it does go beyond the immediate hinterland. But the point is, sir, is that if we then refer back to my table, I have come to the conclusion that the size and scale of effect would be medium, and that reads there would be a noticeable change affecting some key characteristics and the experience of the landscape. So although effects are localised, I've come to the conclusion that, that doesn't affect the whole of the LCT, but it does recognise that with a high sensitivity, we arrive at moderate to major effects. And I believe that there's agreement between all parties that that landscape character type has a high sensitivity. So, in short, sir, because effects are localised, it doesn't affect the whole of the LCT. But there are some key characteristics that are essential to their contribution to the seascape that would be significantly compromised within the locality.
And maybe your methodology doesn't work this way. So if that's the case, then put me right. I'm used in previous other landscape character assessments that I've seen to see professional landscape consultants, landscape architects say, well, I think these character effects would extend out to 3 kilometres from the site, or from 4, or from 2, depending on various factors. I mean, you haven't done that. That's why I was asking about extent. I don't know if you have a view on that point.
I do indeed. So very briefly, when I undertake a formal landscape and visual impact assessment, when it comes to the viewpoint assessment, I do not only consider the visual impact, I also ascertain the landscape effect from that particular locality. And that then informs my overall judgment. So in answer to your question, sir, within my assessment of visual impacts, I've identified that we can have significant visual effects from up to 5 kilometres. And for comparison, the appellant's statement identifies we get significant effects from approximately 3.8 kilometres. So there's not much difference in terms of the distance when it comes to visual effects. But in relation to the experience of those landscape effects, they would be broadly similar to that 5 kilometre distance. So if we are, for example, at viewpoint 4 on the Three Locks Way, which is at 3.5 kilometres, I would certainly consider the experience of those significant, those localised effects would be experienced from that distance. Although most of the landscape character type is unaffected because it's out with the zone of theoretical visibility.
Okay, was that viewpoint 4, did you say? And presumably the same from, for example, the core path above the site, yeah. Okay, Mr. Harman, I don't know if you've got a view on that point. Sorry, Mr. Flannery, beg your pardon.
Well, yeah, I think what I read in Mr. Hammond's report was that I think he started off by saying there is very little visibility in this LCT, and therefore it was unlikely to give rise to significant effects. But then goes on then to find significant effects. And I mean, it's in my case there. It's in my hearing statement that I think this seems to be a recurring situation where there are impacts found on nearly all of the landscape receptors, and if not all of the viewpoints. I think when you look at the extent of this landscape character type, I mean, it is the host, but it's one of many vast areas of this landscape character type. And if you look at the landscape character types figure 6.6 and one of the visualizations, it does give you a very, very colourful representation of the extent of that steep ridges and hills. And I would suggest you have a look at that. And at some point, not necessarily to find it here, I mean, I've got it just in front of me here. And then if you flip over to the...
let me have a look at it now. Yeah. Which one is it, sorry?
So it's figure 6.6, landscape character types.
So when I realised I put these back in a different order from the order which they were in.
I was just going to say they're near the front, but that doesn't help you. You change the order.
So for this purpose,
would you like to borrow that one? And do you want? Have you got?
I've got.
Yeah, yeah. So what you can see there is in yellow, 250, the host landscape character type where the development is sitting, and then you can see on the behind to the further west areas of 250 landscape character type, and you can see again on the other shore, on the eastern shore, lots of areas of this. So it is a fairly common landscape character type. And if you then flick over to, if you want to flick over to the ZTV, now this is the bearer ZTV, you can see that.
I was going to say that's 6.9, and they're looking at
that this shows you in kind of pink colour where both offshore and onshore development may be visible, and you can see that it is primarily the loch where you can see it, and around Tulloch Hill and some areas adjacent to the coast, particularly in proximity to the development. And the yellow areas are only offshore enclosures that may be visible, and that is the areas that where the most effect is on the landscape character type. So this is the screen. This is the bare earth one, and I'm not saying necessarily flick to it, but if we were to flick to the ones that take into account the screen, let's say, it's not remarkably different, but it does show a reduction in the areas, particularly if you look to the south of the development. There's a lot less visibility there with the screen, and in both periods. So what?
I don't know whether it would assist you to see a hard copy of that.
Yeah. And we don't disagree that landscape character type is high, is high sensitivity. But to establish the magnitude of change, look at the bare earth ZTV, and that's what we've done. Small patches of visibility. But the magnitude of change, in our opinion, is small, with a predicted higher change in the immediate vicinity of the development, which I think is what we're saying. But we feel as an effect on that overall integrity of that landscape character type, we think that's a minor to moderate and a not significant effect. That's what's reported in the SLVIA, and that's the justification behind it. These are judgments, but based on the information that's in front of you.
Just so to assist you with that, can I ask Mr. Flannery to take you, or to refer to the relevant parts, I think the SLVIA addendum methodology, which is, you were taken to this morning, but it may be just for your notes, sir, but it's CD 125, magnitude of change, which is where the difference between the parties lies, is dealt with in paragraph 1.3.4, and in the, I believe it's table A 1.5, which gives a description of the different categories of change. I'll just wait for Mr. Flannery to confirm. I'm pointing you to the right.
Yes, 1.2.4 magnitude change.
And there's also table A 1.8, assessment of overall magnitude of change. It's just which one the reporter should have regard to.
Change. So we've got a small magnitude of change. So at smallest extent of existing seascape landscape elements would be lost, adjusted. The proportion of that this represents within the seascape landscape is low. Sorry, I've not got that. Sorry, yeah, is low.
Yeah, it's just to have regard. Another table at A1.8, which is headed Assessment of Overall Magnitude of Change. And it was just to assist the report about how you should read those two tables together.
With magnitude, we have generally we have it sort of divided into the scale of change of the development, so size of the elements and what they occupy in landscape terms, the sort of visibility of them and the scale of them, and then we have the geographic extent, which is this geographic extent that we're looking at here. So then we also have a duration, the length of time that the effects could last, and those then are combined in the overall magnitude of change in A 1.8, the assessment of overall magnitude of change, which then describes the combination of the extent and the scale of the development. And that's in the row, which is small, and that has got some descriptors in there to help you with that, explain that level of magnitude.
Okay, so for you it's small under that table, and when I was comparing it, and I'll find it to table 1.6. It's okay. I can another point I'm going to make. You mentioned it's a vast
landscape
character type. It extends either side of the loch. It extends off the map. So is your is the assessment you reach taking account of that vast size, and so you're thinking about the effects on the entirety of that LCT as a whole, or is it more subtle than that?
Well,
because the follow-up question, if it's the whole, then it presumably something would need to be quite large and extend to affect the area as a whole.
Yeah, well, it would. I think what I think it demonstrates to me is that it actually, in some respects, supports the judgment that was in the applied assessment that this was actually quite a good location in terms of locating this type of development, because what it's demonstrating to you is that the ZTV, the visibility of this project is quite low. It's quite small in this area.
May I make an observation?
Yeah, well, I was just going to check. Sorry, are you, Mr. Flannery? Had you finished that point there before I move on?
If I've not answered your question, it is on the entire area.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Moody, did you want to make a question?
Yes, sir. It seems to me that in the context of Upper Loch Long, and that undeveloped shoreline between Ardgarth and the Bothy, I mean, these are small structures, that the actual impact, and I know it's degrees of proximity, but the actual impact compare in contrast to the surrounding landscape actually will be 100%, because it will be so incongruous and a new element that will immediately impact on the observer. And so it seems to me academic to look in terms of this language about scale for the person there and say, I know the degrees of proximity, and my interest is in the living on the peninsula itself, but such a new and incongruous intrusion will have that enormous impact relatively to what is there just now.
Okay, Mrs. McLean, were you going to come as well?
I know that these are the tools that you have, and this is what we have available, and this is what you've got to go away with, but can I make a plea for the sort of human experiential sort of thing about being in this landscape. I'm looking at a plan and saying, you know, I just take issue with this quantitative way of looking at these kind of details and saying, well, if you look at the yellow, then there's, you know, rather a lot of yellow, and that's only going to be a little blip in that amount of yellow. That's not how you experience a landscape. Equally with the Three Lochs Way, and when you go, well, it's not very well used, which again I disagree with, and B, you know, it's, you know, so it's not actually that nationally significant, because in terms of percentages, we can argue that it's not very significant. Yeah, I think I really take issue with this quantitative way of dealing with landscape. That's just a general point I'd like to make.
Sorry, can I just in response to that, is that we are the methodology asks us to look at landscape separate from the effects of people who are visual receptors. And that's what we term, and we recognise sensitivity, we recognise the proximity, but that would be reported and effects on nearby visual receptors. And what we're looking at here is a landscape element, which I can't argue is an extensive area of that type, and so I'm reporting on the effects on that landscape character type, and that's the methodology.
I know it's methodology. I'm just pleading for a bit of common sense, that's all.
I shall try and provide some.
Thank you, sir. Just very briefly, in response to Mr. Flannery's points, the main difference here in relation to the impact is the magnitude of change. I've provided you with my justification to why it's medium, and Mr. Flannery claims it's small. And if we look at his description in his table of A1.8, it says the effect changes a small number of key characteristics. Now, I've already provided you, sir, with evidence as to why I believe half of those key characteristics would be subject to detrimental change. But the key point with this, sir, and this is alluded to in paragraph 5.36 of the Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, and I'll just quickly read this. It says that in considering effects, these should be described as fully as possible to include effects on individual components and key characteristics. Now, within my assessment on landscape effects and seascape effects in paragraph 7.3, I provide you with detailed changes against...
Sorry,
sorry.
You're running ahead of me a little bit.
Sorry.
So the quote from the GVLIA was what paragraph?
Bear with me a second. That was 5.36, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
5.36.
Yeah, and that essentially says that effects must be described as fully as possible. Now, within the appellant's assessment... Sorry, sir. Okay.
Sorry, right, I'm with you now.
Yeah, so I was saying within the appellant's assessment, sir, they do not provide an assessment against the individual characteristics of the landscape nor the seascape. And if you look at my hearing statement, paragraph 7.3, I set out the effects on the individual key characteristics. So I provide you, sir, with robust information on how many key characteristics are affected. And if you go through the appellant's landscape and seascape assessments, all they provide, sir, is a brief paragraph in relation to the effects as a whole. It does not provide an explicit assessment against the key characteristics of the landscape or the seascape. So I'm struggling to understand, in arriving at a small number of key characteristics are affected, where is the evidence in the appellant's case to support Mr. Flannery's claim?
Okay. And you made that point in your written evidence already. Okay, is it?
Yes.
Do you want to come back on this point, Mr. Finlay?
Well, just to note that Mr. Flannery's evidence is not repeating what's in the EIA report, and the EIA report identifies the key characteristics, particularly of the steep ridges and hills, and then on page 29 of chapter 6 and over to the following page gives its verbatim justification of the assessment. And I would I can so it's a matter for you, so we don't agree with what Mr. Harman has said.
Just briefly in response, sir, the evidence to which Mr. Findlay relates to is the baseline assessment of key characteristics. I'm talking about the assessment of effects against those key characteristics to which both Mr. Flannery's evidence nor the landscape and visual impact assessment provides.
But Mr. Harman's simply incorrect, is that? Page 629 deals with...
He's incorrect insofar as what those two pages are doing.
Yeah, the first reference sets out the characteristics, gives the baseline. Pages 29 and 30 deal with the effect, including the paragraph beginning, the magnitude of change arising from the development within the steep ridges and hill overall would be small, and goes on to describe that. That's not a baseline.
Could you point me to where the key characteristics are assessed individually, please, Mr. Findlay?
Well, I was going to say, I can cut that short, I think. I think I understand the point you're making, and I'm not ascribing to either of you. I think your comment is that what that analysis doesn't do is take each of the key characteristics and one by one, each and severally, assess against them. I understand that's the point. I understand that it doesn't. We don't need to keep discussing it, I don't think. Right, I think I'm ready to move on to visual effects. Other people are. Yeah,
I have, I think, relevant information about the forestry land management plan for the current decade, about not only felling, but what will replace it, which it seems to me is relevant to things like visibility, because certain assumptions are present, for example, in Mr. Flannery's statement, that are not borne out by the forestry management plan.
Is that something that's before me already? It may have informed the ZTV or the...
I have seen no reference to it.
Well, I asked people to tell me, to send me the documents they thought were relevant, so I would expect, if you thought it was relevant, should you not have sent it to me before now?
Well, what I have, because, I'm not part of Forestry Land Scotland, because of a community consultation, I have their maps showing the changes in land use, but I have no other access to other documentation that I could share with you, sir. You see, one of the problems it came to light here way back that Forestry and Land Scotland did not respond to any invitation as part of the scoping of the application, and so it seems to me that the National Park has not had access to this information.
Okay, I mean, I don't, without checking all the documentation, I'm not sure whether I've got...
Well, can I tell you in summary...
Well, let me finish.
Sorry.
I'm very wary, more than that, of accepting documents at this stage, which this is the end of the process rather than the beginning, where other parties don't know what's in that documentation or haven't prepared for it. So that's my concern.
All right. Okay, it's in response, in particular, to Mr. Flannery's statement. For example, at point 4.51, he says it is easy to overlook the fact that one of the main landscape components in the study area is commercial forestry. It is a component within all the viewpoints and provides a dark green carpet when viewed from elevated locations and dark green imposing walls when viewed from the shoreline and the loch. It does concede that these can all change and the impact of clear felling can be dramatic when seen up close and from above. Now, it has been noted by others that at the moment the effect of felling is that the proposed site is much more visible from points on the core path, and the core path, as I pointed out in my statement, is a path that is a circular path that goes round the whole peninsula, from Loch Goyle Head to Corranlochen and back in the Argarten direction. The Curl Way goes over the hill from Loch Goyle Head in the Coilescent direction and then turns towards Argarten, linking up with the other core paths. Now, the point I want to make simply is that the plan for this is to provide around those core paths a kind of buffer zone, first of all, in terms of the use of these routes. And I noticed on my visit on Friday there that recently Forest and Land Scotland have replaced the signpost. They call the whole circuit, we know it as the Duke's Path from Loch Goyle Head. So they have, in fact, to aid visitors, have renewed these signposts. Now, what I wanted to add was that in terms of Mr. Flannery's description of the forestry, that it will no longer be a dark green carpet or a dark green imposing wall, because between the core path and the shore in that area, the proposal is to replace what has been felled, not with Sitka spruce, which is fast growing and very tall and dense, but instead it will be replanted with native broadleaf trees, oaks, birch and so on. Now, they will be slower growing, they won't be as tall. In winter, they drop their leaves. They'll be less dense. It will not be a dark green carpet. It will not be an imposing dark green wall. It will be a much gentler landscape of these native broadleaf trees. And I can illustrate this here in terms of their planting plan. This is a plan up until the end of this decade. But I'm just saying it's a factor in the visibility that in future from a sizable distance along the core path there will be a much more visibility of the shore site. In addition to that, because that site Dal, which was a former, it means meadow, was a farmstead, and in fact there are still some mossy built structures there to be seen moss covered, is the start of a shore path which some of the visitors, for example to the Mark Bothy, follow along the line of the shore, and that's one of the starting point for the shore path. But just to say that in that whole area there will be much, from now on, greater visibility. And there is a visitor centre at Argarten with toilet facilities, so it does encourage a lot of people to come into the peninsula to have that wild experience. Now, one final point that Mr. Flannery made in his summary, these secluded coasts can be appreciated as quiet, even tranquil, but many of them will be subject to ongoing forestry operations. As noted, the landscape surrounding the site is dominated by commercial forestry, limiting its remoteness and reducing tranquility. Well, I live in that area surrounded by forestry. what you know about forestry operations is that you get a burst of activity for maybe a few weeks, and then it's quiet again. It's not ongoing in that way that there's always noise around you. A coop is felled, and then they move to another part of the Argyll Forest Park. So most of the time, it's beautifully tranquil. Believe me, I live there. So I just wanted to make those points in terms of the actual lived experience, rather than something maybe more theoretical, that living in an area even of commercial forestry, most of the time it's a lovely, tranquil experience. And you have also the relative seclusion of an area that is not built. It's just nature, it's trees, it's wildflowers and so on. So just to underline that fact and the quality of the landscape that we are discussing.
So, yes, so I've understood that. I understand the point you make about the nature of forestry extraction may be different from the nature of a regular use. That's fine. I'll come back. I'll come back to you, Mr. Flannery, if you want to respond. But I just wanted to clarify. So, without going into the details of the document, the general point, which I don't think is novel, is that you're saying that both from the paths, the way that UK Forestry Standard works these days is that you would tend to have more broadleaf native species in the edges of forest blocks along a path, for example, and therefore, and therefore they're a bit more permeable visually. But I think you were also making the point that viewed from afar, the forest as a backdrop will be a less denser, darker green backdrop that when once restructured than it would be at present. So is that the two sides to that?
That's
point?
right. It'll be a marked change, and it's already beginning to happen. But it means that, in fact, commercial forestry will be confined to the area on the other side of the core paths. There won't be commercial forestry on that band of land between the shore, the core path, and the shore.
Okay, now I understand the point you're making. Mr. Flannery, is it something you wanted to respond to?
No, it's a very interesting point, and I think what I was reporting on there is the baseline, which is what is there at the moment, and I am aware that there will be an improvement in that biodiversity, and I've been made aware of that, and it's something to take into account. But I just point out that the special qualities of the Argyll Forest, one of them is listed as a land of forest and trees, and we will be asked to make comment on that as an aspect. It's commercial forestry is the dominant land cover and use within the study area. That's what's written here. It doesn't talk about a beautiful, diverse hardwood, softwood mix of broadleaf trees. So I'm simply reporting on the baseline.
Can I just explain that forestry and land Scotland are required to follow the new priority on biodiversity, that it's not good enough just to be commercial foresters, that this is public land, and they should be encouraging through the way that they replant, they should be encouraging biodiversity, and in the lower slopes this allows for the movement of small mammals, nesting birds, because actually Sitka spruce is terrible for...
I feel Mr. Moody, we're straying a little bit from the subject matter of the day, we're not. Okay. I'm ready to move on to item 8. Do people want a break before we do that, or we're not going to get through all three next items without a break? So is this a good time to take maybe? So we just come back at 2:35 and just have a short break. Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you. Let's make a start back again, if we may. If we go on to visual effects then. So, I identified 5 or 6, 5 locations I think, or areas that I wanted to talk about. So the first one is the A814. Thank you, Mrs. McLean, for pointing out in the map where the location of that picnic area that you were interested in is. So I will visit. I've not driven past it, but I'll try and visit it. I noted what you said, and I think it was in your written evidence as well, about not agreeing with or recognise the description of that road as a fast and busy one. So I had a question for Mr. Harman about that, in terms of I've got your assessment of effects, and I'll come on to that, but in terms of sensitivity of that road, have you
Indeed, typically I assess main road users as having a medium susceptibility, and in terms of landscape value, because their views are subject to the appreciation of a nationally important landscape designation, I assess their value as high. So sensitivity would be medium to high, which I think varies slightly to Mr. Flannery's assessment of medium, if I'm correct.
But just to clarify, though, so that doesn't take into account that it might be a slow and twisty road, for example. It's based on a more higher level assessment of the type of road.
Yes, so in terms of that would be taken into account in the magnitude of effect. So purely in terms of sensitivity, it's just those two factors, sir.
Sorry, Mrs. McLean. Well, I've got a follow.
It's just me. I think I just keep putting. I'm a landscape architect. I haven't done the sort of due diligence that these guys. I'm not being paid to sit here and do this. Just let you know. But I feel that my perspective is just to keep banging on about the human angle, because we can get very, very sort of. I mean, I realise it just worries me is that is what this decision will come down to, is, you know, the sort of minutiae in terms of degrees. I mean, I think all of us on this desk would like to sort of just hammer home this sort of feeling about what it actually feels like to be living around. And in terms of that road, I think what I wanted to say was, I live in Cove, which is on the Roseneath Peninsula. So when we turn towards Glasgow, there's this feeling of going towards sort of civilization and everything. And that road for me is about escaping west, and it's in addition to that, it's not something that I think about specifically, but it is actually the setting of the national park. It's a gateway to the national park. It has got its gateway, and so it has this added significance. And it's just the feeling that you go along this bumpy road, and it has sort of intermittent views, and once you get past Glenmallan, you feel like you're getting away from it all. And that's the experience. And I think the other thing to mention is this national parks were set up in Scotland only in year 2000. Many people are quite surprised to hear that. This national park is particularly special because it's so close to Glasgow, and it means that people can get out of Glasgow who were living, it was used as such, for the whole, for especially in the 20th century, when Glasgow, in the 30s and 40s was so polluted and everything. This was their getaway. I've talked to lots of people who talk about it like this, and you could get there on the train, and you could, I think there might even be an argument about seclusion, and to what extent does seclusion isn't as wild as wild or whatever. But if you live in the centre of Glasgow and you're coming out here and you can get a train and you can get off that train and you can walk into that landscape, it is very wild. And I think that shouldn't be forgotten. And it's particularly special because of that, because it has this fantastic opportunity for access for all sorts of people.
Okay, I mean, today's session is about landscape and visual effects. I have two landscape architects who disagree in methodology. It's my job to be able to get to the bottom of that. But obviously I have to I'm not a landscape architect. my job is to put that in the context of all the other considerations for ministers. So
That's a human angle, because that's what it's like to live here.
That's entirely fine. Yes, I think. Well, I maybe had one other question, just a clarification point for Mr. Harmon, and then sorry, getting back to methodology and things like that. In your hearing statement, you say you caveat or you introduce your finding of significant effects during the winter months at least, and so would you say it's also in the summer? I just want to be clear, because I'm going to ask Mr. Flannery the same question, because he talks more about the summer.
Yeah, no, indeed. And just in point in relation to the point we just heard, that there are 15,000 people living in very close proximity, so a 5-10 minute drive away. So, as we just heard, it is an important gateway. But in terms of summer months, and I think we've all driven along this route several times now. When you drive along in summer months, it is a relatively slow road, so we're not driving at speed. And although the views of drivers, would be focused along the road corridor, certainly, in terms of the views of passengers, although there are trees along most of that route and some occasional regeneration coming up, the trees are very thin and there are several open gaps. And as you travel along that road, one is extremely aware of the important visual focus of the loch. And as you travel along that road, I've estimated in between 1 to 1.5 kilometres in either direction, even during summer months, the proposed development will be noticeable, and as you pass it, it will be very prominent. And that's particularly the case at night, sir, with the associated infrastructure that we've heard about earlier being lit. So in answer to your question, after driving the road again at the weekend, I am certain that there will be significant effects during summer months, but needless to say, during winter months, it will of course be that much more visible. And, another point to note very quickly is the vegetation, like on the Three Lochs Way, it does fall away. And it's 1 or 2 or several trees thick at most. And those trees certainly don't provide dense screening as indicated in the appellant's impact assessment.
Okay, thanks. I mean, it's ultimately something we have to take more in view on, but Mr. Harmon, Mr. Flannery, did you want to respond to what you've heard?
Thank you. So just going back to methodology again, I would normally describe a susceptibility for roads generally as low, because they are described as people who are getting from A to B, and they tend not to have a high or medium susceptibility. However, given that this is a tourist road, this is given as a medium susceptibility, and we've given a value of medium, which is giving it a sensitivity of medium. I've just noticed Mr. Harmon used the two terms as he was saying his appreciation of what he can see is noticeable, and then he went on to say prominent. So it can't be both. I mean, noticeable to my mind is something not as significant as prominent. I don't think for 1 minute that the development will be prominent from any part of that road as part of that journey. I think if somebody has decided to stop and somehow stop somewhere where, in fact, are often passing places, and then makes their way to the edge of the loch, then yes, they will get views of that development. But as a route along that A814, it is quite a challenge to drive along and pay attention as you're looking at what's coming towards you, generally in the middle of the road, and negotiating walls and barriers to see the other side of the loch. I'm not saying you can't see the loch. The loch is a beautiful thing to observe, But I think this view of the development from the road is over-egged, and it will not be, in my opinion, a significant effect. And there's definitely much less view as when you're travelling south through those gaps. I think the view is quite, I think, more open as you're coming from Finart oil refinery going north and looking there. You see some gaps, and passengers, yes, they'll see the site. But I think that the fact that you would see that development, I don't think that is sufficient on a journey to suggest that is a significant effect. And so we haven't given that our judgment isn't that it's a significant effect.
Okay, and that holds good winter or summer?
Yes, it does, because what I'm saying is where you can see the site in the gaps, well, if there's less trees, then you'll still see the site. But I just think it's part of the journey. It's not something. If you were stopped there and there was a picnic area and there were benches provided and you were stopped there and you were directed, I'd say a representative viewpoint, and I wouldn't argue with that. But as a road user, which is what we're asked to look at here, and we have, we located a place safe to stop. We did a viewpoint from that at the Finart oil terminal and provided a photo montage from that location. So we haven't ignored that location. We felt that was a safe place, and that's where people stop, and that's where divers go to park the car and change and go diving. So it is well used, but I couldn't discern anywhere else there along that route that I could see. And I went to the picnic, the area that you have been directed towards. I went there and parked the car, and I could not discern a safe place to get to the water's edge to visit this picnic spot. And this picnic spot wasn't pointed out to us at any point during the consultation process as being somewhere that we must include a viewpoint from.
Could I add to that, please? Sorry, that's me, John, up the back here. I just think there seems to be a material misunderstanding here about how we use the land as local people and as people from Glasgow who are coming up. And as somebody who's grown up in the Central Belt and now lives out in the Highlands, you need to escape, and we don't need a picnic bench and a signed lay-by to pull in and escape and sit at the side of the loch. And actually, if you spend most of your time in Glasgow, coming up and jumping over a barrier and sitting by the side of the loch is a fantastic escape, and it's a beautiful place. And I think we've got materially different viewpoints on how this is used, and as local people, surely we need to be listened to.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I think I've heard, or I'm going to hear, is something that I have, like all these things, we'll have to take away and take a view on. So can we move on to the Theolochs Way? I've walked along the section of the route, start from Arica and then walk back with the previous visualisations. I know there's two updated ones now, so I'll do it again. My understanding is Mr. Flannery's assessment a significant effect from viewpoint 4. Not sure about the others. Not significant from the others.
Moderate to majors for the rest of them. I beg your pardon, minor to moderate, not significant. And the one that the viewpoint 4 is moderate to major.
I understand, Mrs. McLean, you really talked about the need to think about that experience as a whole and dropping in and out of the trees and walking the route rather than focusing on a particular viewpoint. But
are we talking about sorry, I thought we'd moved on to the Theolochs Way. No, we're still on the...
On the Theolochs Way, I think
there's a very definite section, and I suppose the point, and I've made this in my statement, that is actually the best bit of the Theolochs Way. So if you pull up at, if you go and you drive up the Glen Douglas Road, you pull up on the left, and you walk the section towards Arica. That's where you get the wide open views, and the bit south is more forestry, and you're enclosed, and that's, you don't get views from there. But that section is, I would just say, and I just, again, we come down to sort of qualitative arguments about what makes something significant, but it is listed as a regionally promoted core path. And, okay, so maybe even if you do count the numbers and say it's not very many, who's to say what's going to happen in the future? And I just don't think it's a reason for downgrading its significance.
Okay. And Mr. Harman, I don't know if I just suppose I've got to make sure I know what your view is, your assessment is.
I'll keep it brief, sir. But the Three Locks Way is one of Scotland's great trails, and given its name, one would expect to enjoy the stunning views of the loch. And indeed, on that website, one of the top 10 highlights is the great views north of Gairloch Head, over Loch Long to the Knobley skyline towards Arica's Bowling Green and the Arica Alps. I think they're referring to viewpoint 1 there, sir. And if you were to turn your head 90 degrees, you're looking towards the site. So in this instance, the proposed development would significantly detract from one of those top 10 highlights. We'll come on to the gateway function later on. But I think my point, I essentially conclude that that effects would be significant from all 4 viewpoints, moderate to major, apart from viewpoint 4, which would be major. And as I've alluded to earlier, even where we do have some screening or trees, it's certainly not screening as such, it's filtered into visibility. But I predict there's essentially 2.5 kilometres of that route to which walkers would experience significant effects. And even those bits outside of theoretical visibility where you can't see the proposed developments, those bits are actually quite boring. The important bits, sir, are the views of the loch. And from all of those open sections, it's my opinion, sir, the visual amenity of those enjoying that highly scenic, richly field-like landscape would be subject to detrimental change. And just one further point, my judgments have been made in context of paragraph 8.3 of my hearing statement, which you might want to consider, sir, if you are to do some further investigations.
Can I just clarify the, we've done a walk as well and checked the lengths, and from our previous assessment, it's now reduced to 0.6 to 1 kilometre of clear visibility, and we don't disagree that there is a view and it's significant, but I think I disagree with just the level of severity of that impact, because this development, when you're up there, I mean, you can see it on the loch, and you will see it, but I think it's just its scale compared to the overall view is just, to my mind, keeps it just below the major level of significance.
Just 2 things to mention. One, on the east side of the loch, within Argyll and Bute, just to note that area is designated as an area of panoramic quality. Now, okay, it stops with the boundary of the park, but again, it's another line on a map, a bit like the difference between Shepherd's Point to Coilescin and Coilescin to Argyll, and I really have an issue with these lines on maps. That doesn't mean that area of panoramic quality stops at the boundary of Argyll and Bute. It continues up the length and should be considered. And the other thing that I just wanted, which is sort of in relation, I should have probably mentioned it in relation to the A814, but this cumulative impact of industrial development. So seeing what it does is it brings this industrial, we haven't talked about this industrial creep up the loch. It means that the Glen Mallan Finnet Oil Terminal, that whole industrial field extends further northwards, which is a real shame, actually. It would be very, very sad. because actually once you get beyond Glen Mallan, which for the most time, okay, we have to deal with that as a national, I understand it's a thing of national importance, but actually not an awful lot of activity happens there. If you live here, you know, it's pretty much just sitting there most of the time. And once you get beyond that, you get this feeling. And I couldn't say with my hand on my heart that you will see Glen Mallan in this viewpoint from Loch Long. You don't. Well, maybe you don't. But I mean, it's that point of cumulative impact that I should have mentioned in terms of the A814.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
So just for a slightly different view, can I just ask you to note APP 6.4 from those that look after the Three Lochs Way, the Helensburgh District Access Trust?
Yeah, I've read that letter. Yeah. Okay, so if we move on to the core path near the site, that's the Cowell Way, is that right? Yeah. Okay. So we've already discussed it. I think I asked you, Mr. Harman. I think I was speculating that. I think you said, rather, I wasn't speculating. You said that you agreed to probably be where there's been felling and where above the development you would see it, that would be a significant visual effect. I was going to ask Mr. Flannery if he agreed with that proposition.
I mean, according to the ZTV, there isn't visibility of the onshore development. I think you're talking about the offshore element. Sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry, Mr. Flannery. Yeah, if you were to interrogate your screen ZTV, you'll see that there are small sections where both parts would be visible. But as I explained earlier, if you do go to sites, there's roughly 300 metres where you'd see both marine and land-based, and then a further 200 metres where just the cages would be visible. And within your addendum, you've simply stated the predicted visual effects on views from the Cowway would be negligible and not significant. No sequestration assessment has been undertaken, sir.
Just want to check. So when you look at 300 and 200, is that the bare earth one, or is that?
That's in practice, sir. Yes. Yes, the screen ZTV doesn't. Well, it's hard to interrogate exactly, but I believe the views in practice are more than what the ZTV indicates, and that's why I asked the question about what data would they use for their woodland, if that makes sense.
I mean, there was we had a walk out to the site to have a look at the area where the woodland's been cleared with my colleagues, and on that, certainly on that earlier part, before you get to the point where it goes uphill, there was no visibility of the onshore site as far as I could see, and you had to be very, very close. In fact, you would go past the point where you would go in up the Cowell, you would be heading down towards the site before you saw any visibility of the onshore elements, but you certainly would see some of the offshore elements on that downward part of that route.
I have photos with my computer, so if you do need to see those, but if you do have the opportunity to go out yourself, then that would be good. But those photos are available if you and the appellant would like to see them, sir.
I've already been there, but I was going to go back with. I'll come back to you, Mr. Moody. Mr. Findlay, I'll take the proper the Bay Earth ZTV and the screen or the with forestry one. So to the extent everyone is close to it, high above, and can see down into it and can see most of it, would those be significant visual effects? I suppose is the basic question I have. Yeah.
So that was based on you seeing the primarily the offshore elements on the law as a high sensitivity receptor and in proximity.
Okay, and from your understanding, it would be more the offshore-based elements than the onshore elements.
Yeah, I think the fact that the actual onshore elements are against would be viewed against. Well, you'd see them; they're sort of set back. They're set back, so I don't think you'd see them.
You would see the onshore elements against the backdrop of open water.
So, may I?
Of course, sorry, Mr. Moody.
I'd like to corroborate what Mr. Harman has said. At that point, it's just beyond that there's a parking area. Someone at Coalescent, I know, calls it the events area. You can come in for 2 miles from Argarton, and you can actually park there. You can then walk down past a kind of quarry area. And so there are actually 2 paths. There's a path then that goes down towards the shore and the windy bit down to the proposed site of the shore base. But if you stay on the upper path, that is as the core path. And if you stay on that path for another, I don't know, not very far, 100 metres or more, but until, anyway, you're above the proposed site. As Mr. Harman says, there's a very clear view, not only of of what would be the marine installations, but of the shore base itself. And so looking out there, first of all, as it is now, I was moved by just what a stunning vantage point it is from the core path, looking down to the loch and beyond to the hills on the eastern shore. Then I tried to visualise, with my knowledge of the plans, what it would be like to have in front of me the shore base. And it would absolutely change the experience of that view, because, as Mr. Harman says, you would actually see the plant against the water, against the loch from that direction, and beyond it, the extensive marine installations. And it would really materially, absolutely change the whole experience of being at that point on the core path. In fact, it occurred to me, as my interest in our nature and environment, it was an invasive alien species of industrial plant. That's what we'll be faced with. An invasive alien species of industrial plant. And of course, one of the fears is that it might spread, if the precedent has been set for such an incongruous development in that place. But I want to just make a further clarification. The Cowell Way itself is not that part. The Cowell Way comes in from Loch Goyle Head over the hill towards Coilescin. It meets up, because it's the core path itself, but it meets up with the path running from Argarton south down that side of the peninsula. Say, in time it creates a complete circuit, and a lot of people will walk round it if they've got the stamina. More will also take a mountain bike. Others will just go out as maybe to the far end and return by the same route. But there's a kind of junction point, and if people are aware, and are attracted to getting those views of the western shore of Loch Long, they will come that way as well. But I'm just saying that it's very visible. It's actually, I think, going to become more visible according to the plans of the of Forestry and Land Scotland. And I actually did reference in my statement at 2.2 of my submission, 2.2, I did refer briefly to the FLS's current management plan. I didn't give all the details, but I did quote from it in terms of the change to the planting scheme that would replace the commercial Sitka spruce that has been felled.
Sir, if I may ask a question, please.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just a bit confused. The position which Mr. Harman is taking that photograph from, are we talking about the Cowell Way, which is the way that Mr. Moody is describing, which goes to the west, or are we talking about some other route?
I'm just trying to explain that. I'm just trying to explain that. The Cowell Way is one section of the core path, which goes all the way around the peninsula. I could actually show you if I retrieve my map here. So it really goes up and over from Loch Goyle Head, from one loch to the other, towards, and it comes out to the point close to Coilescent, which is just above your proposed site. So it joins up there with the path that has come out from Ardgarten and continues on down the western side of Loch Long.
Yeah. So that's probably me that's caused that confusion. The Cowell Way cuts so often goes inland. What I was referring to. So my apologies if I've given the wrong description. It's the core path which runs parallel with the shore, elevated above it. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah. So apologies. So that's my apologies then.
This is the core path that... Yeah.
We're talking about the section that's directly above the proposed.
Well, I think this is the core path goes, as you say, at a higher level, and you look down towards the site. Yeah. I would, and looking at the ZTV, it looks to me like you would only see the offshore elements at that location, according to the ZTV.
Well, I can clearly see the whole area in front of me, right down from the core path continuously to the shore. That is a reality today.
I'm going to be visiting it with the materials and can take a view and the extent that was the case. Sorry, did you have more to add there, Mr. Flannery? No.
So I understand. I mean, I understand that there will be visibility from certainly part of that core path, and that I just want to ask if those were the distances that the Park Authority was giving.
That's correct. The information that I provided is in relation to that core path above the site. It was my understanding at the time that was part of the Cowell Way, but that might not be the case. But nonetheless, it's a core path, so therefore material to our consideration, sir. And it's a well-used path as well.
Where the confusion has lain. And I now understand why there was claimed visibility from that.
Okay then, so if I move on to 8.4, which was summits and high ground. So part of this is I've not been to any of the high viewpoints yet, and part of this is to inform what people think is worthwhile going to see. So I think the consultation response within the national park at the time talked about significant effects within about 5 kilometres. And I think that's maybe picked up in your statement, Mr. Harman. So the high points within 5 kilometres, let's say. So there's the Brack, which I think is identified as a significant visual effect in your evidence there. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. And Tulloch Hill as well.
That's correct, sir, yes. And just incidentally, in relation to the Brack, that's something that the appellant disagrees with. But it's interesting to note that the Brack is at a very similar distance, if not a little bit shorter, than Tulloch Hill, where the appellant does predict significant effects. The only difference is that the land-based elements aren't visible from the Brack. But bearing in mind Mr. Flannery's evidence, he does state it's the cages that have the most significant visual impact. So I think there could be a potential inconsistency there in their assessment.
I'll let Mr. Flannery respond to that in a minute. But so the other high point in terms of the visualisations was Beinn or Nairn, and I'd be delighted if you tell me I should walk up there. But I just want to check. I don't think you're saying there's significant effects in there.
That's correct. So it's over 7 kilometres away. So that's not a significant concern of the National Park Authority.
Is there any views, Mrs. McLean or others, on that table about Beinn or Nairn? And I'm not desperate to go there, but I'm just asking. I want to make sure that I understand what people's views are.
Do you like me to say? No, I'm not worried about that one.
Okay, that's fine then. Mr. Flannery, just as I'm clear, just as to your views, I think I am. I think it was only Tulloch Hill, wasn't it, that you'd said? Well, sorry.
Yeah, no, that is actually correct. And the the BRAC is a minor to moderate, not significant. What's written here is it's a medium distance view, a perceptible change in the view by introducing new offshore elements. Offshore elements would be clearly visible against the water. Onshore elements would not be visible. The difference with the Tulloch Hill is that you can see the same, basically, as you say, it's a similar distance. You're looking straight down towards the development. You can see both onshore and offshore, and you know that is the moderate to major significant effect. So you know there's a reason, but there's reasoning behind it. I think it's the point that was being made about the visibility. I think if you see them both together, it's sometimes, I think, in my opinion, easier to see. Depends on the water, depending on the weather conditions. I do feel that in most cases, the fact that the onshore developments are nestled very low, they're not visible against the sky, they're not crossing the horizon, they are against a solid background, can actually, and at a distance, I don't believe they actually become the whole focus, new focus of the view. There's still an appreciation of a beautiful panoramic view. The hills are uninterrupted. It is generally below eye level, and I'm talking here about the sort of onshore elements, which everyone says they're huge and the scale of them, but when you're actually up in the hills looking, the scale is of the landscape, which is vast. And I think that's, just in my opinion, does put what appears to be a large development, it puts it in perspective.
Okay, that's fine. Clear what people's views are. So there's no visualisation from the law. We've discussed that. We don't need to go back to it. But if I'm considering effects from the law, I think the National Park Authority, I think your statement says significant effects out to about 3 kilometres from the cages, I think, Mr. Harman. Mr. Flannery, if you get a view on that question.
Certainly, that distance does seem quite a long distance, if I'm really honest with you. 3 kilometres for mesh pens and a collar, which is, well, it's a few metres high, but I think at 3 kilometres, I don't believe that would give significant effects at that distance. I would say within a kilometre, you would probably see some significant effects, but not necessarily at they may well be at the lower end, and certainly not major effects. I mean, major effects as you're getting nearer, depending on what's behind you and what they're blocking. But I think 3 is a little bit generous.
Just if you want to, the viewpoint, this point I made earlier, but the sketch line at viewpoint 9 does give you a wireline at viewpoint 9 gives you an almost water-based level, I think you're only 2 metres higher than it at a very under 400 metres. So if you're wanting a work, and that gives you the whole 4 pens and the shore base. So if you want a worst-case view from effectively the water line, that's something that will give you an approximation.
Mrs. McLean, did you want to come in?
I'm sure between us we can organise for you to go on the loch, if that would be helpful. I think it'd be really important if you saw it from the loch. Yeah, and a canoe. We've got other vehicle. We've got other craft. It can be organised if you feel that's helpful.
People take Loch cruisers up there.
Can I just clarify? We're on to 8.5 visual effects from Loch Long, and this is what we're. Yeah. So.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. So I'd just like to make a few points on that as well. Again, just from the human side of it, as somebody who lives here locally and paddles and sails in the area, like, I've got grave concerns about this proposal. Like, the visual effect would really be significant, and it's a bit worrying actually that when we were chatting with the appellant earlier on about the height of this room in here, they thought this was 16 metres rather than 8, because 8 metres is the height of the nets that the nets will be from the water. And when you're in a canoe and you're paddling up the loch, you're going to be seeing the full 8 metres. So if you imagine paddling along and looking up at these nets towering above you the same height as the ceiling, like that is hugely significant. And you've got 4 of them, and you're going to have to paddle a quarter of a mile past these 4 8-metre pens. And then you've got the shore station in the backdrop, and we're talking about visual effects. You're going to have to paddle right out into the middle of the loch. Your visual effect might be from underneath the water, because it's going to be pretty choppy, and it's not a safe way to enter the national park. And I know we're meant to really be talking about visual effects, but it's the cumulative effect of these pens and the 13-metre, I reckon, above sea level shore station. It would be so significant you just wouldn't get return-based visitors by water, in my personal opinion, and as somebody who lives here.
Okay. I'll consider the offer to visit with the boat. Can I move on to number 9, which is the effects and the special landscape qualities of the national park? Now, we discussed to an extent. We discussed this yesterday, and the first question I'd put there was about the correct test to consider the effects in the national park as a whole. But I suppose it's the first part of this is probably a methodological one for landscape architects. So, let's see where am I? Yeah, if it's discussing the effects and the special qualities, in your assessment, Mr. Harman, is it the effects across the park and the effects considering the park as a whole, or is it the effects as they play out in a more smaller part of it?
Okay, sir. So essentially we have a hierarchy of spatial information, if I can put it that way, all of which are relevant to our judgments. Taking the national park as a whole, that clearly links to the MPF4 integrity test. So clearly that is an important material consideration. We also have special landscape qualities that relate to the entire national park, and we also have special landscape qualities that relate to the Argyll Forest area. And then, as noted in SNH guidance, the incorporation of key characteristics of both landscape and seascape character assessments form an important evidence base that ties into those special landscape qualities. So we've got, as I say, various levels of information, so all are relevant to consider. We just need to work out what is relevant. But needless to say, you know, taking the national park as a whole and the MPF integrity test is, of course.
I mean, I'm thinking not so much in the application of planning policy. It's more for your methodology as a landscape architect or expert.
Sure. So in terms of the evidence that I provided to the National Park Authority to inform their judgment on the MPF4 integrity test, my conclusions are based upon the local landscape and seascape character area. And within that, I've effectively identified detrimental change to the seascape and the local landscape at this important gateway to the National Park. The National Park have then taken the information that I provided them throughout the process, and within which they then made their judgment on the integrity test. So within my assessment, I have not made the overall judgment in relation to integrity, because that is very much a policy test, and one that, as I say, has been dealt with by my planning policy colleagues.
Okay. Well, that's fine. If it's more a policy question, and we did discuss yesterday, maybe we can move on unless there's anything to add from you Mr. Flannery. Okay. So the second limb then of that of number 9, there had been discussion as to whether or not in doing the seascape landscape and visual impact assessment, the most up-to-date version of the special qualities have been referenced, and I think in response to that, the appellant was, I think, pointing to the SLVI and demonstrating that the 2010 version was indeed used. So is that point resolved for you?
If I can just provide some clarification, I did make an error in saying that the 2006 version underpinned their assessment of special landscape qualities. And that confusion came from because within their baseline assessment, they had a citation to the 2006 version. And I'll just quickly read that out because that is very relevant to our discussions. And that reference to the 206 special qualities says, the special qualities of the Argyll Forest area identify the sea locks of Loch Long, Loch Goil and Holy Loch. Whilst there are no specific... By the way, sir, this is the reference that you will need for this. It's 6.4.4.1 of the appellant's impact assessment. And that says, whilst there are no specific landscape character types for these lochs as they lie outside the national park, they are considered to be key contributors to the special qualities and landscape character of the park. And also then goes on to note that fish farming developments and associated infrastructure can have a negative impact on the moat and unspoiled qualities of the sea lochs. So just to clarify my position, sir, their assessment is based upon the 2010 version. However, they only identify within their evidence 3 special landscape qualities. Within my evidence, sir, I identify 10 special landscape qualities. And as noted in that NatureScot guidance, those special landscape qualities are often quite generic and are experienced over a large part of the park. They need to be supplemented with a detailed understanding of the key characteristics of the landscape and the seascape. And as we heard earlier, sir, the appellant has not undertaken that detailed assessment of effects against the key characteristics. So to come to the point, sir, their assessment on special landscape qualities is by no means fit for purpose. Now, I don't intend to take you through this draft guidance on assessing the effects, sir, because I've got a dozen points here. But if you wouldn't mind just taking a note of the paragraph numbers, and you can make it, in your own time. This identifies the scope of what that assessment should be, which the appellant has not undertaken, if that makes sense.
So what document are we talking about?
I beg your pardon. So this is the draft guidance for the assessment of effects on special landscape qualities. This was the document that we lodged yesterday morning, I believe. I don't have the number. Yes, that's correct, yes. Sorry? That's correct. Well, I think there was a 2018 version which is referred to in the evidence that you submitted in relation to a wind farm. So this is not the first guidance. And within this guidance, it makes it very clear that although it's draft, it provides a framework for us to use. It's considered by NatureScot to be fit for purpose.
I don't mind being criticised for not having regard to the draft guidance that was in draft at the time, but not draft guidance that was not in draft at the time, that didn't exist at the time. if this had been a major part of the park's evidence, we should have had it in advance. But this is a new part. By all means, I'm not objecting to the document going in, but it seems to me to be unfair to criticise the EIA report by reference to a draft document that wasn't in existence at the time the EIA report was done.
Well, I was going to say, I've noted the point. I mean, maybe if you can refer me to those parts of that document you think are relevant, but
Certainly. It's also important to realise that in relation to using the landscape character and key characteristics that this document advocates, that was also listed in the evidence that you provided in terms of the legal and policy framework for the national park and NSAs. So that's implicit, that part of the approach is implicit within that evidence that you submitted. But anyway, sir, the key points for you to consider are paragraphs 4, 6, 8, 11, 26, 27, 42, 45, 46, 53. And the point is, sir, that within the appellant's appraisal, we effectively have one paragraph on the effects on special landscape qualities. And when they assess the effects on the national park as a whole, they only consider extent. And when you read this guidance, sir, you will realise that there's a whole other range of factors that need to be considered in terms of understanding the impact on the special qualities and how that relates to the impact on the integrity of the national park.
Okay, and that's the 22 guidance of the 2018 guidance, which had been submitted a few days earlier on behalf of the appellant. I'm understanding that right, yes? Okay, other than the point that you made, Mr. Findlay, if you get any, Mr. Flannery, are you going to come back?
Well, yeah, quite clearly, there is no assessment in the format that you provided us with. I'm not disputing that was available, but that level of assessment wasn't completed. There is an assessment of the special qualities. It's not like it was omitted, and like was Mr. Harman suggested, his approach for providing guidance to the LPA, it was based on an assessment of the effects on landscape character and visual receptors, and by deduction presented the effects on the special qualities of the national park, and including references to the document 2006, which is the Argyll Forest Area, and on Loch Lomond special qualities as well. So an assessment was carried out, but adequate enough to make a judgment on the effects on the special qualities, landscape qualities, but not in a format that we've just been advised about, which we should have used yesterday or the day before.
Perhaps I can ask Mr. Harman a question relating to his view on the fitness for purpose of the SLVIA, which I understand he has given a view. It's this, that in his initial advice to the park, which is MPA 132, he says, as a general overview, the scope of the applicant's SLVIA is broadly fit for purpose, with the overall approach conforming with the relevant guidance. There are, however, several issues of concern, and he goes on to denote 3. The one that relates to special landscape qualities is about using the 2006 version, which is the one we've discussed. I just wanted to ask Mr. Harman whether he's still of that view or whether his view has changed.
If you read the full extent of my advice, you will note that a full detailed rebuttal was beyond the scope of that advice note. The detail comes in my evidence submitted to the reporter and my evidence at this hearing.
So I just want to make sure I've understood the chain of events here. The 22 guidance in draft we got from you yesterday or the day before, recently. The 2018 guidance, which presumably says some of the same things as the 22 guidance I only got a few days ago. Is there any reference to either of those documents in your hearing statement or your rebuttal statement? No. I'm just got, as we didn't inform your judgment up until yesterday, though, did it?
We had the 2019 guidance. That was actually consulted by SNH back in 2018, I believe it was. So the National Park was a consultee to that. And as noted in the 2022 guidance, it was also subject to wider consultation.
I'm just struggling with something if it's seemingly of such import that it leads to a finding of not fit for purpose, that it's only come about almost by accident that it's been put in front of me in the first place. I'm just struggling with the lateness of this, of me having to consider these points.
Sure. What the key point is, though, is that their assessment is very limited. And as already alluded to within my hearing statement, it does not provide a robust evaluation of the key characteristics at a local level that contribute to those special landscape qualities. That is the key point. Regardless or not of the date of submission of that evidence, I still made that very critical point within my hearing statement. Okay, sir?
No, except, yeah, I take the point that you made, the more general point earlier on in advance, without that guidance. Sorry, Mr. Finlay.
No, it's just to say that we'll look into it, but I'm not sure I can provide you the answer now, whether the 2022 draft is an update of what was there in 2018. They're significantly different documents, as far as I recall. So I've just caveat that at the moment, and we'll certainly intend to cover that in closing submissions.
Just to clarify, there may be some confusion with the 2018 document. I think you're referring to the one that you actually lodged. But within one of the wind farm documents that you recently lodged, there is a link in the reporter's report, the reporter's final report, as a link to that 2018 guidance. So it's there implicit. Sorry?
That document is not before the inquiry.
It's a live link that substitutes evidence to that document.
So if I could maybe just have some assistance. In the document that my friend lodged last Thursday, which is the reporter's report of the Glen Shore wind farm, I think which he participated in, and perhaps Mr. Bell did as well, if one turns to, I think I have it marked here, paragraph, I think it's paragraph 2.33, page 14. There is a link at the bottom of the page, sir, which is called the Nature Scot Draft Guidance for Assessing the Effects on Special Landscape on the Landscape Qualities of the National Park, unpublished but agreed is relevant by the parties. So that's what's provoked that. So there's that document. That is the document that has been updated, the October 22. There's also the additional note which was produced as well, which is a note on the legislative and policy framework, which was also produced by the appellants last Thursday.
Okay, so
three documents.
Right, so that's where the confusion arises. I've seen that document with the draft stamp on it. I've not seen, nor will I look at, the other document because it's been provided in a hyperlink, and that inquiry report must have dozens of links, and it's not a sensible way for me to proceed to use links. So I'm just going on the basis of what I've got. But can I ask, and it's maybe in the evidence, and I just wasn't aware, the 2018 version, which this one is said to have updated, did that inform, to your knowledge, the SLVIA?
I think I would say specific to assessing. I mean, it's using the skills of landscape architecture and landscape architects, but it is a different approach.
So, sorry, would you say that using that document isn't, and this maybe goes too far, I'm not saying it's not consistent with the GVLIA approach, but it's how would you characterize?
I wouldn't say it's not consistent. It's a method of analysing the special qualities to quite a level of detail, which it wasn't done for the SLVIA in terms of that the way that it's presented. It's quite a different approach.
That level of detail, sir, is exactly the point that SNH, why they provided this guidance, so that we have a fully robust assessment of special landscape qualities that supplements landscape and visual impact assessment, and the relationship between those two processes are clearly explained within this document when you come to read it. And as a final point, there's very little difference between the 2018 version, or it might be 19, and the 2022 version. There's a little bit more explanation, but the approach is that the approaches are essentially the same.
Okay. The last question I had in that, I think we have probably covered yesterday, and when I asked, is the national park a landscape designation? I think Mr. Mearn's evidence probably explained the National Park Authority's approach to that. So I suggest we don't need to go back into on that point if people are agreed. Okay.
Sorry, sir. Just to clarify, you don't want to cover. Are you satisfied that the national park is a nationally important landscape designation?
Yeah, I mean, there was two sides of maybe two sides of the question. One was about methodology, and I think we've covered that, and the other side of it was about its application and policy, which is what Mr. Mearn spoke to yesterday. So I think probably I do know enough about that, unless there's something I don't know that I don't know.
Yeah, because what we covered yesterday was, well, is a national park is it a landscape designation? And what I was saying was, yes, it is. It's for landscape. It also includes is designated for other reasons, and that was kind of where we, that's where we kind of got to yesterday. So just, that was the key point.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
One further point, sir. Within the second part of the question, and I assume this is made in reference to national scenic areas, you say, is it designated for its high scenic value? Are you satisfied, sir, that the park is designated for high scenic value, or would you like me to provide further evidence?
Well, if you think, if you think you get a pertinent response to that, then let's hear it.
I will keep it brief, sir. From a professional level, box 5.1, page 84 of the Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, scenic quality is a factor of landscape value. The SNH Landscape Policy Framework, which was a document that we submitted yesterday, if that's correct. B4 states national parks encompass 7% of Scotland and identify areas of outstanding natural and cultural heritage, including landscapes of the highest scenic quality. Nature Scott, in their note on the legislative and policy framework for national parks, which is the 2018 document we were just referring to, state that the objectives of the designation are further explained in the National Park Plan, and that the 4 statutory aims and the specific landscape interests are those special landscape qualities set out in the published landscape character assessments. Now, in relation to the National Parks Partnership Plan, that seeks to ensure that the park's special landscape qualities and sense of place are conserved. Page 56, notes of the partnership plan, notes that the national parks, road, rail and long distance paths represent some of the best scenic routes in Scotland, with stunning views of the area's lochs and mountains. 4.7 of my hearing statement, Nature Scott state in their landscape character assessment that the contrast between the ruggedness of the hills, which in places enhances more naturalistic woodland, and the smooth plain of water, results in a richly scenic field-like landscape. So in relation to the Nature Scott guidance, in terms of referring to the park plan and local landscape character assessments, we have clear evidence that scenic quality is evident throughout the study area. And in relation to the special landscape qualities, the 2010 version, the guidance, not the guidance, sorry, the identification of special qualities from 2010, notes that it is a world-renowned landscape famed for its rural beauty and the easily accessible landscape splendour. So, unlike NSAs, although scenic beauty is not within its title, it is implicit within the professional understanding of landscape quality. And in relation to legislation, it is evidenced through the partnership plan and local seascape and landscape character assessments.
Mr. Hammond, Mr. Flannery, did you want to respond to that, or Mr.
Perhaps I can. I think we disagree. It's not designated, which is the question that actually Mr. Harmon should have been looking at for its high scenic value. There may well be large parts of the park which are of high scenic value, and I believe Mr. Bell dealt with that yesterday. So and I don't think I need to say any more.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so to the last point then was about Loch Long as a marine gateway to the national park. So I think, I'm just interested in this extent that the entire western portion of the loch is in the national park, and some of the eastern portion of the loch is. I'm just interested in where you think, Mr. Harmon, where does this gateway exist?
Sure. As you say, sir, if you're travelling up north from the south up Loch Long, you come past Loch Goyle, and all of the landscape on your left-hand side, the western side, is of course designated national park. But at roughly the area around Loch Goyle, if you look to your right-hand side, you've obviously got intrusive industrial infrastructure of the oil terminal and the MOD base. So although the park is on your left-hand side, at that point, I do not believe you have the experience of being within the national park. However, the point of arrival, I would suggest, sir, is once you pass the MOD base at Glenmalin, that is the point in which on your right-hand side there is no further development. And although that is actually outside of the national park, it is designated an area of high panoramic quality under the Argyll and Bute local landscape designation. So it is my view that because the remaining sections are undeveloped, that is the point in which you feel you are within the national park. And of course, when you get to the site, you've then got the designation on your right-hand side. And if we think of that as a marine gateway, which of course the Firth of Clyde study clearly states it is a marine gateway, that point past Glenmalon, if you're on the A814, that also is the point in which you feel that you're in the national park, from my opinion. And what sort
Mr. Harman goes any further. Where does the marine gateway say that the bit that he is identifying is a gateway? The marine study say it's a gateway.
It's clearly referenced in the Firth of Clyde key characteristics. Bear with me a second.
So, which document are we at again?
Yes, under 4.9 of my hearing statement, these are the key characteristics as defined by the Firth of Clyde Seascape Assessment. And I read it: the western shores of Loch Long, from Stone Point to the head of Loch Long in Argyll, lie within the National Park. The loch therefore forms a marine gateway to the park. So that's recognised within that document.
The whole of Loch Long forms a marine gateway to the park. You were talking about the specific section in which the development lies. The Clyde Seascape study does not identify that section, directly or otherwise, as of itself as a gateway.
So the reporter asked me what is my opinion on where that gateway starts, and I provided him with my explanation as to why I think that area, where it becomes undeveloped on either side, is the point at which you feel surrounded by that stunning field-like landscape. And similarly, that applies to, as I say, the A814. The second you pass the MOD base, there is no more development. You travel along that road with steep forested slopes on one side and the loch, which forms part of the marine planning zone of the national park, on the other side. Yeah.
So do you have the document before you? It's CD 4.4, sir. And I've just been doing a little search on that, sir, and it's on. It's on. I think it appears to be on page 2. I've got it right. But it says the western shores of Loch Long, from Stone Point to the head of the loch and Arracher, lie within the Loch Lomond and Trossachs National Park. The loch therefore forms a marine gateway to the park. In terms, sir, I don't know, hopefully you can see that, sir. I'm just looking.
Yeah, no, I do, and I anticipated Mr. Finley's question. I just the notion of or the first notion of a gateway is in this document, and I was interested in your view on can you pin that down, but this document itself gives a view on what that would be. But I was just interested in your view, first of all, and whether that's supported by this document is a secondary question. But for you, it's as you pass Glenmalon on the loch or on the A14, I guess.
Can I just read out an extract from the assessment as well? The Firth of Clyde. It states on page 16. It says transition areas, in inverted commas, thresholds in inverted commas, or gateways in inverted commas, occur between stretches of sea where there is a dramatic change in scale and a marked sense of arrival. It doesn't feel like that's apparent at all. I mean, it is. I know they're talking about it being the line of the coast, but it does feel to me that it's almost the arrival is as you leave Loch Goil and you enter into Loch Long as being more characteristic of a gateway. I mean, at the moment, that gateway, as described, would be about 28 to 29 kilometres long, which is extraordinarily wide gateway.
Can I qualify? Just add in my two pennyworth. Just very.
I'll come back to you. I just want to let Mr. Flannery finish his point.
And as such, at that size, that gateway is already influenced by infrastructure on the opposite shore. In reality, the most dramatic change in scale and sense of arrival occurs where Loch Long and Loch Goil separate. There's a large change in the seascape and landscape character from an open loch to the fjord-like qualities of Loch Long. At this location, the Finnart Oil Terminal is a significant man-made feature.
Just to say so, it's also...
No, I'll come back to you. I'm going to ask clarification then I'll come back. So, for you, if I was asking you to identify where a gateway might be, you would say it's as you leave Loch Goil to your left, and you go into Loch Long in the north.
This resembles what they've just described as something that's quite dramatic change in scale or a marked sense of arrival, and I would say that ticks those boxes as far as I'm concerned, sir.
I know you're going to tell me that there's also all that industrial infrastructure north at that point, so it's fine, I know that, but I was going to ask for Mrs. McLean's point, and then I'll come back to you.
I just want to say two things. One is it is the only marine gateway in the national park. So it is the only place where you can access the national park by water. And I think that's very significant. The other thing is, if you ask anyone who's been on the Waverley, they will tell you that it all changes when you pass the mouth of Loch Goil. I think Loch Goil and the area north of Loch Goil, those two separate sort of Loch Long and Loch Goil, if we're talking about the landscape has this almost kind of Canadian, I mean, you're talking, Norwegian, Canadian, it's very different to the southern bit of Loch Long. So then you get into a question as how much does the industrialisation impact on that gateway? I'm not going to argue that, actually, but I just wanted to make that point that in landscape terms, I would agree that it is actually from the mouth of Loch Goil in both directions. And no one has actually mentioned the fact that the Waverley does actually travel up and down this loch.
It's in the written evidence. It has been referred to by some parties, actually, but not today. Sorry.
Can I just clarify, just for a point of clarification, did you say that there's Loch Long, that's the only place that you can access the national park?
Well, those two from Loch Goil and Loch Long, that is, if you look at the national park.
So Loch Goil you can.
Okay, Loch Goil, yeah, but I mean.
But I'm just saying,
okay,
you said.
Okay, so I live on Loch Long. For me, it's Loch Long. Loch Long goes up and then it splits off and does a left turn. For these guys, they live on Loch Goil. They feel very differently. We all have very, very different experiences of this landscape. And again, Mr. Flannery, when you talk about it, you talk about it to me as if somebody who isn't familiar with it. And that's not your fault, but I'm just saying that's what it feels like.
Okay, Mr. Mearns.
Yeah, just to, I suppose it can almost expand on the points that have been made. The term marine gateway is something that's pretty well established within certainly terminology officers use of the Park Authority and is used in documents and plans that the Park Authority prepares. And it's very much that, the point that, moving up from the Kill Peninsula it's a marine approach, it's experiential, but also it's the opportunity as a gateway that it presents. For many years we've promoted and sought to encourage improved marine access to the park, from a more sustainable means, and that's where the Waverley now, having made its visit up to Arica in recent years, was quite a kind of step change. So, my key point is that, it's referenced within the partnership plan, our most recent partnership plan, which is one of our documents. And as I say, it's quite an established terminology that we've used, and it's experiential. So there is a defined boundary in terms of that we've talked about it in these documents, because it is your approach up from the Firth of Clyde, in essence. So just wanted to bring that emphasis into and link to the partnership plan as well as a wee bit of background.
To have the reference to in the partnership plan, it would help, rather than having to look through the whole.
On page 22 of the current National Park Partnership.
So just to ask you, I've just been shown that Holy Loch has been described on the National Park website as a marine gateway to Loch Lomond and the National Park.
Which was, exactly the point I made about, moving up from the Firth of Clyde. That's your marine gateway moving up. Loch Long is integral as part of that as you approach the park.
It's Holy Loch, not Loch Long.
But my point being is that, as it's described in the partnership plan, it's as you move north from the Firth of Clyde up into the national park, you're moving, yes, through Loch Long, but obviously there's Loch Goyle and there's the shore around Strone of the Holy Loch. So I think the whole point is that this is the unique marine area of the national park, and the experience of both visitors and communities as they move up the coast.
Okay, so I've got 3 or 4 different versions of what the gateway is, which is fine. But I'm just so for you, it's a different concept again, if you like, in terms of how you see it. It's probably a wider in extent than the others that other people have described it to me. Okay, it's not expressed in the local development plan, though, is it, Mr. Mearns?
Yeah, obviously, given that there may well be passing reference in past, kind of local plan, but it's a point that we need to kind of clarify. The general concept is about movement and experience. So it's in the current, certainly in the partnership plan, which is obviously a material consideration within planning decisions.
Okay. I have finished my questions that I was going to ask, but I said, if everyone's content that we finish with item 10, I said that I would see if there were other issues people wanted to raise. If there are, we can have a 5-minute break if people want to do that first. But I'll just maybe ask if there is anything else from the Park Authority, first of all.
So yes, certainly the Park Authority rather thought we would be exploring the issue of overall impacts on overall integrity in maybe in a bit more depth. We'd sort of going through the various strands of that, drawing towards the effects on the special qualities of the park. And I thought maybe the next evolution of that would be to look perhaps back at policy NPF 4C1 in particular, sir. So we would like to make a short comment on that, arising from what's been said, sir, the context of the Scottish Natural Heritage Note on Legislative and Policy, and there's also a further appellant's document, which is APP 5.1, sir, which is an appeal decision by Alison Cord in relation to an open net fish farm proposal at Loch Ranza on the Isle of Arran, where the issues of national scenic area were being considered, sir, and the impact on that overall. And as you know, the park's position is that the national park is a similar designation for the purposes of the development plan assessment as an NSA, sir. So we can talk about it after a short break, sir. I'm just sort of introducing the topic.
Very concerned that this is not forecast in any document. This is not forecast in any document. There's been no part of the park's case has identified integrity on the whole so far as part of its objection until Mr. Mackay did so yesterday. So if this is not his witness today is giving evidence on the issue, this is not an opportunity to raise a whole new case.
Well, I wonder, because also you don't have your planning policy witness here, which is what I was wondering about where we go with that, going back to 4C1, which we discussed yesterday, and likewise the impact of a planning appeal decision. It sounds like it's more for planners than for landscape architects.
Well, I've made the point, sir. Certainly the National Park would like the opportunity to address you on this very significant point. I think the other side is more than capable of dealing with the interpretation of policy C. Please let me finish. And we are responding to two documents, both of which derive from the appellants. One is the reporter's decision, so the appellant's decision to lodge that. We've heard nothing about it in the course of proceedings, and the other document is the document they lodged on Thursday, which was only admitted into evidence on Monday. So we are a reactive party, sir. And we did indicate yesterday that these two, the landscape and the policy, were being considered together, sir. And we had to discuss it yesterday without Mr. Harman being there either, sir. You know.
So, with respect, my own friend is seeking to raise a point for which doesn't form part of the reason for objection, which doesn't relate to integrity. He's got, as far as I'm aware, I don't know what authority on which he's raising a point as to integrity. The connection to the Aaron decision is tenuous in the extreme, and the proper and his witness, Mr. Harman, has eschewed any intention of giving evidence, landscape or visual impact evidence on the point. This, if it was to be a point, should have been raised yesterday. I don't have Mr. Bell here, and if my own friend wishes to make a point about integrity in closing submissions, he can do so. I can answer that if it's a matter of submission. But I do object to this hearing being hijacked to make an additional point that has been not presaged in my own friend's case. It's irrespective of when new documents were put in. My own friend is seeking to establish a case under 4C1 which wasn't made anywhere before yesterday.
That simply is not true, sir, because in the National Park's hearing statement, it specifically says that this proposal is contrary to policy NF-P4C. Sir, that's what it states. So they were given 8 weeks' notice of that, sir.
I wasn't expecting to discuss the application of policy today. The Aaron decision. I mean, we've not touched upon it. I think that was submitted because it was about appropriate assessment, wasn't it? And you know, so I wasn't expecting to be taken to part of it.
It may well have been submitted because of its decision on that particular appropriate assessment, but it does specifically reference the overall integrity test, and it's quite clear from the reporter Alison Cord at paragraph 52 that she's saying that a relatively small impact is capable of overriding the integrity of that NSA, sir, and we think that's a broad parallel to the national park designation. But that's the only point I'm trying to make, sir. I've made it. You know.
Okay, I'm just nervous. Mr. Bell's not here. He's the appellant's expert witness on policy, which is what that's about. So I don't want to go into that this afternoon. To be honest,
we can address that in closing subs, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other points anyone wish to raise, Mr. Moody?
I think it's very important to understand that the infrastructure includes the access road to the site, because there will be significant changes made to that road if the development is allowed. It would include a strengthening, widening, possibly, I think, with new passing places. It is actually not a public road. It's not maintained by Argyll and Bute Council. There's a short stretch of tarmac up into, I think it's just for access to the Ardgarthen Hotel. The rest is a forest road. And and as has been pointed out today, there's a lot of use by visitors, walkers. I go there with my rambling group as well. So there's a lot of pedestrian use of it. In talking to a local resident who lives at Coylesson, he pointed out to me that he's concerned about potential safety issues, the mix of HGVs with pedestrian movements. But also I understand that at the shore base area, there will be a new road created, not the present zigzag, but a new route there, which I think may well increase the obvious scarring of the site. But it's just that the impact of that change to the local infrastructure, bringing in a road that is more suitable to take those heavy vehicles seems to be frequent intervals, particularly during the construction phase, but also significantly, I think, in the operation phase. And so I think it has to be added in to the impact on the landscape, that this is also a material change in the landscape, in the infrastructure, as a result of what's required for the proposed development.
Okay, yes, I mean, so I'm aware several people have raised those issues in the written submissions. I haven't had a hearing statement, I haven't had a hearing session to deal with that, because I think I understand the issues raised, and these are only to explore where I don't. But so I can assure you, those are relevant considerations to a certain extent. There is some overlap with what we've discussed today in terms of the new part of access track, upgrades to the access track. So yes, I'm aware of all of that. Any evidence before me?
I wish to make just a further point about the character of the peninsula, because it is a unique landscape. It's very sparsely populated. I've already referred to the lack of structures down the west shore of Loch Long. But it's also its history and culture, which hasn't really been touched on today, in the sense that it is land that was gifted to the people.
I'm well aware of that, Mr. Moody. It's been put to me several times. You don't need to repeat that.
Yeah. But it's just in terms of the focus on the benefits to the urban populations of this peninsula, because it's a lovely combination of access by public transport, bus, train, and other means, but of people who come from the urban areas into an area which becomes very quickly, gives a sense of seclusion, remoteness, tranquility, as well as the growing interest in connecting with the natural world. And just to say that these are unique qualities that I think are found on the peninsula that otherwise maybe can only be found at some greater distance from the urban belt.
I've just got one final point as well, if that's all right. I won't keep you long. I know everyone's wanting to get away. And it was just, again, touching on the more human aspect of it, as we were talking about Loch Long as the marine gateway to the national park, because for many of us, it's also the marine gateway to our home. And most of the people that call this incredible place home, they can't be here today. They've got jobs. They're working people with families. They're struggling to pay their mortgages. So although at the moment it's only us here that are objecting, there are hundreds more. And I'd also like to make the point that as locals, we're advocating on behalf of the more than human, the mountains, the rocks, the native woodlands, the wild fish, the red squirrels, the pine martens. There's a whole constituency of life here that isn't able to speak in this forum, and it's largely been missed out on this consultation process. Like Scotland's first national park was established to protect the more than human, and I believe this is one of the reasons why they rejected the application in the first place. But I think that's been kind of missed out of all of this, and we've been picking holes and drawing lines and pointing at bits on a map that is actually our home and home to many more species than just us.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, I suppose I'll make the comment I did earlier that today's been about landscape and visual effects. The next 4 days of the inquiry are about effects on wild salmon. So, and whether or not I'm holding a hearing or inquiry session on an issue doesn't reflect its importance. It's simply, not simply, it's an information gathering exercise for me. Some aspects of this I think I know enough already to reach a view. So it's my job to report back to ministers on all relevant aspects of it, and that's what I'll do. Okay. Are there any other points? Okay. So thank you very much, everyone. I mentioned at the start the issue about closing submissions, and I'll come back and try and provide a bit of clarity about that right at the end of the process. But for some of us, I'll see you tomorrow morning for the start of the inquiry session. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.